Good morning, everybody.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous, je vous invite à prendre place car nous allons commencer incessamment sous peu, à 11 heures. Merci.
Fonctionne bien, on va voir.
Do we have a clicker to move the slide? Should be on the slide.
It's a bit embarrassing.
The clicker's up there.
It's on the table.
Yeah.
Ça pose des questions. Ah oui, ça c'est possible.
It's a bit different, right?
Yeah, we don't have the sponge.
I'm going to sit on the front.
Maybe I'm very loud.
When you're speaking,
You have the same as
this is
Kat.
too much.
Ah ouais, ça va être un sujet.
Pay attention because I'm always
It's a mixed Q&A.
moving my hair.
Ah, c'est un sujet. Hein.
Five
If I
speakers
remove everything.
and then a mixed Q&A afterwards. Okay, perfect.
Tu crois qu'on parle dans notre nom et puis,
Online speakers, can they come in the Q&A session? Or?
Yes, but via Antoine.
Sorry?
Yeah, via Antoine. So we'll, yeah.
Ah, c'est peut-être ça qui est inconfort.
How does that work? So this would translate.
J'ai vu quelqu'un passer avec une valise plein de micros, puis je vais mettre rien. Il y a des orateurs allemands et puis il y aura peut-être des questions en allemand.
Antoine, do you want to say anything at the beginning? Or just me? Okay. I'll start it then. You say me after me. Yeah.
We need to take it on the stage because if you have question in German.
But I think the Q&A session would be afterwards, right? Then
Okay, good morning, everybody.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous, bienvenue à cette conférence sur l'air intérieur. Donc, je souhaite la bienvenue aux personnes qui sont présentes aujourd'hui à Berne ainsi qu'à toutes les personnes qui nous suivent à distance en ligne. Je m'appelle Catherine Noakes, je suis professeure d'ingénierie environnementale des bâtiments à l'université de Leeds au Royaume-Uni. Et je vais vous donner un peu plus d'informations pour vous expliquer comment cet événement a vu le jour. Alors, il s'agit de ces deux personnes qui viennent de se lever dans la salle, qui ont commencé à lancer l'idée parce que nous avons collaboré avec Hans Klug, le directeur de l'OMS Europe, sur leur groupe sur le Covid-19. Lors de nos travaux, nous avons détecté que l'air intérieur est essentiel lorsqu'il s'agit de maladies transmissibles comme le Covid. C'est vrai que nous sommes toujours exposés à des polluants tout au long de la journée. Nous passons environ 90% de notre journée à l'intérieur. C'est pour cette raison qu'aujourd'hui, nous allons nous concentrer sur l'air intérieur, de reconnaître son importance et l'impact qu'il a sur notre santé et faire en sorte que nous promouvons l'air intérieur pour avoir une meilleure qualité. Je vais présenter maintenant les 5 oratrices et orateurs de ce matin. Donc 5 oratrices qui viennent de différents domaines de la science. Donc tout d'abord, nous allons parler de l'air ambiant, de l'air à l'intérieur et des conséquences pour la santé. Et cet après-midi, nous allons parler de solutions. Donc chaque orateur, oratrice va prendre la parole et ensuite, il y aura une session de questions-réponses. Donc nous aurons des micros que nous allons distribuer dans la salle. Et pour les personnes qui sont en ligne, j'espère que vous allez réussir à envoyer vos questions sur le portail. Mais c'est vrai que nous n'avons pas beaucoup de temps à disposition. Donc, essayez de soumettre vos questions pendant que les personnes présentent. Voilà, c'était tout ce que j'avais à vous dire pour cette matinée. Maintenant, je vais souhaiter la bienvenue à Monsieur David Vernet, notre premier orateur, qui nous vient tout droit de Lausanne.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I will...
Mesdames et messieurs, chers collègues,
Un rapide aperçu de l'exposition aux polluants de l'air intérieur et de leur relation avec la santé. L'idée, c'est que nous partagions tous la même vision aujourd'hui de la problématique, même si je sais qu'il y a beaucoup de spécialistes dans la salle, et donc je vais enfoncer quelques portes ouvertes. Pourquoi est-ce que l'air intérieur nous intéresse? Eh bien, simplement parce que c'est notre premier espace de vie. Les chiffres varient un peu selon les sources, mais on peut passer dans les pays industrialisés jusqu'à 90% de notre temps dans les espaces intérieurs. Par espace intérieur, j'entends nos maisons domestiques, notre espace de travail, mais aussi les espaces publics, les cinémas, les magasins, etc. Et donc, on comprend bien que la qualité de cet air, elle est vitale pour notre santé. C'est d'autant plus vital que, malheureusement, ces maisons qui sont censées nous protéger, dans lesquelles on se sent en sécurité, ne sont pas très protectrices en matière de qualité de l'air, puisque souvent, on a plus de polluants dans l'air intérieur que dans l'air extérieur. Et donc, cela implique des risques pour la santé. Lesquels sont-ils? Les chiffres ne sont pas évidents à trouver. On parle de maladies multifactorielles, on passe d'un espace à l'autre, donc ce sont des études épidémiologiques qui mettent ces chiffres en évidence. On voit probablement seulement la pointe de l'iceberg, mais il n'y a pas besoin d'être un génie pour comprendre l'importance du problème. Un adulte inhale un peu plus de 10 mètres cubes par jour d'air. Tous les polluants qui se trouvent dans ces 10 mètres cubes vont se retrouver à un moment donné, soit dans le système respiratoire, soit dans votre système sanguin, avec des conséquences possibles pour la santé. Donc on comprend bien l'enjeu. Alors de quels polluants on parle? Je prends ici l'exemple d'une maison domestique, mais le même raisonnement est vrai pour les bureaux, pour d'autres espaces publics. Pourquoi je vous dis qu'on a souvent plus de polluants dans l'air intérieur que dans l'air extérieur? Eh bien, simplement parce qu'il y a plus de sources. C'est une des raisons. Il y en a trois principalement, si on fait des grandes catégories. Les polluants extérieurs, les polluants liés à l'activité humaine et les polluants liés au bâtiment. Alors les polluants extérieurs, c'est très simple. Eh bien, ça vient essentiellement de la pollution atmosphérique, des particules présentes dans l'air, des pollens, et du fait que les bâtiments ne sont pas étanches, heureusement, qu'il y a une aération naturelle, qu'il y a des ventilations et que ces polluants vont finir par entrer dans la maison. Mais ça reste probablement une fraction de ce qui est à l'extérieur. À ça, il faut ajouter les polluants au sol, et je pense en particulier au radon, le radon qui est un gaz naturel, qui va diffuser dans les couches de certains sols et pénétrer dans les bâtiments dont l'étanchéité n'est pas suffisante. Ce radon, qui est un gaz radioactif, va évidemment provoquer certaines pathologies. À ces polluants extérieurs, on va rajouter tous ceux de l'activité humaine. Et ils sont très nombreux. L'homme est une source de pollution. Tous ceux qui ont des enfants adolescents qui rentrent du sport et qui entrent dans leur chambre réalisent ça. On produit du CO2 énormément, on produit beaucoup d'eau par la respiration, par la transpiration, et puis on produit tout un tas de composés organiques volatiles. Cette même production d'eau va s'ajouter à l'activité humaine, à la cuisine, aux douches, aux salles d'eau, etc., qui vont conduire à une augmentation d'humidité dans l'habitat. L'humidité elle-même est un facteur favorisant certaines espèces biologiques, la présence et la croissance de moisissures et de bactéries qui, eux, peuvent être aussi nocives pour la santé. Puis à ça, on va ajouter tous les autres composés chimiques qu'on va retrouver dans notre quotidien. Je pense aux encens, aux parfums, aux cosmétiques, mais aussi aux produits de nettoyage. Vous savez qu'en Suisse, on aime bien nettoyer, on aime que les choses soient propres. Alors cette perception d'un habitat sain, elle est un peu contraire en fait à une qualité d'air saine. Si vous regardez les polluants présents, les substances présentes dans les préparations de nettoyage actuellement sur le marché, les détergents par exemple, vous allez constater que la majorité d'entre eux contiennent au moins une substance irritante ou asthmatogène. Et donc ces substances, on va les retrouver dans l'air sous forme de vapeur ou d'aérosol. Finalement, les polluants du bâtiment, un vieux problème, mais qui est toujours présent, les PCB, le plomb, les volatiles, en particulier les aldéhydes, on pense au formaldéhyde présent dans certains matériaux de construction et dans certains meubles, et puis l'amiante. L'amiante, contrairement à ce qu'on peut penser, n'est pas un problème du passé. Il a été interdit dans les années 90, mais les bâtiments qui en contiennent, qui sont de cette époque, sont maintenant en rénovation. Et donc on va retrouver ces fibres dans l'air de ces bâtiments, lors des rénovations, lors des travaux, et parfois même, malheureusement, en usage normal. Alors vous me direz, la problématique de la qualité de l'air, elle n'est pas récente. Pourquoi aujourd'hui ? À une époque lointaine, elle ne se posait pas vraiment dans ces termes. Les bâtiments respirent, ils sont ventilés naturellement, ils sont aérés naturellement, ils sont parfois ventilés mécaniquement, ils sont rarement complètement étanches, ils ne sont pas complètement étanches, et donc on a un effet de dilution de ces polluants qui est naturel. Et puis arrivent notamment les crises énergétiques à partir des années 70 qui vont conduire à une isolation progressive des bâtiments. Et quand on va isoler les bâtiments, eh bien, on va réduire leur taux de renouvellement, donc on va réduire l'apport d'air frais, et ça va évidemment constituer un élément favorable à la concentration de ces polluants, puisque la ventilation agit essentiellement par dilution. Si cette dilution diminue, les polluants qui continuent à être émis à l'intérieur vont augmenter. Puis plus récemment, évidemment, eh bien, les nouvelles préoccupations énergétiques qui conduisent à un renforcement de ces isolations, et bien sûr des crises émergentes virales comme le Covid, qui mettent en évidence la problématique de la qualité de l'air dans les bâtiments. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on sait de leurs effets sur la santé ? Ce n'est pas si facile. On voit probablement la pointe de l'iceberg. Il y a quand même des études épidémiologiques. Ici, ce sont des chiffres qui ont été obtenus en France, une étude de Boulanger et al. En 2017, qui a retracé l'impact sanitaire de plusieurs polluants de l'habitat. J'en ai pris 3 à titre d'exemple qui me semblaient intéressants. Le radon, les particules fines et la fumée passive liée au tabac, donc les non-fumeurs qui vivent dans les mêmes espaces que les fumeurs. Et Boulanger et al. Ont regardé les conséquences en termes de prévalence d'apparition de certaines pathologies, cancer du poumon, problèmes cardiovasculaires, AVC, etc. Et vous voyez que les résultats sont assez alarmants. Ce sont des taux élevés, on parle de plusieurs milliers ou dizaines de milliers de cas par année, sur quelques pathologies, sur quelques polluants bien ciblés. Et ça reste la pointe de l'iceberg, avec des taux de mortalité aussi élevés, puisque ce sont des maladies, on a regardé ici, des maladies particulièrement sévères. Alors, peut-être quelques exemples en Suisse pour illustrer ça. La Suisse n'est pas différente des autres pays européens. Le radon, on est dans une région à radon, ça c'est la cartographie officielle que vous trouvez sur le site de l'OFSP, qui vous donne la prédiction du taux du risque de dépassement de la norme en concentration de radon dans les bâtiments. Et vous voyez qu'il y a des zones, évidemment, où il y a une plus forte concentration géologique, la zone, les Préalpes et les Alpes, où eh bien, vous avez de bonnes chances, dans ces régions-là, d'être dans un bâtiment qui contient une quantité notable de radon. On parle d'un cinquième des bâtiments dans cette zone qui pourrait avoir des concentrations radon supérieures à la norme. L'estimation qui a été faite par l'OFSP, à nouveau, c'est que 6 à 9% des décès par cancer du poumon en Suisse sont dus au radon. Donc on parle de 2 à 300 cas juste par année de décès juste sur ce polluant-là. Un autre exemple que nous connaissons sans doute tous, les moisissures. Je vous disais, l'homme produit des quantités industrielles d'eau. L'eau, c'est la vie, vous me direz. Alors oui, c'est la vie. C'est la vie sous toutes ses formes, y compris sous celle des micro-organismes. Donc, lorsque vous avez un bâtiment qui est trop humide, avec des zones un peu plus froides, vous allez avoir des zones de condensation d'eau. Ces zones de condensation vont favoriser l'apparition, la croissance d'espèces biologiques. auxquels on est confronté simplement parce qu'on vit près de la campagne, on amène des espèces biologiques à la maison, des fruits, des plantes, etc. Et donc ça va favoriser la croissance de ces moisissures qui vont possiblement se relarguer dans l'air de l'espace intérieur sous forme d'aérosols, avec des risques évidemment pour la santé. On pense en particulier à l'asthme chez les enfants. Toujours le cas. Je donne juste un chiffre qui vient d'une étude suisse qui a été faite récemment, une étude Mescaler, qui a regardé un peu moins de 150 logements privés, la qualité de l'air dans 150 logements privés, et qui a mesuré la présence de moisissures. Et ils ont observé, dans pas moins de 18% des cas, des moisissures visibles. Donc des situations dans lesquelles on voyait, comme sur la photo, des moisissures apparaître sur les zones de condensation. Ça veut dire une contamination déjà très marquée de l'environnement intérieur, avec évidemment des risques de maladies respiratoires pour les habitants sur une exposition chronique. Dernier exemple, alors celui-là il n'est pas suisse, il est international, c'est le Covid. On sait que la ventilation une bonne ventilation permet d'abaisser les concentrations en aérosol dans les locaux. D'une façon générale, ça marche évidemment moins efficacement à courte distance, c'est un effet de dilution générale, ça marche moins efficacement à courte distance, mais ça contribue à la qualité de l'air intérieur. Et vous voyez, je vous ai mis là, non, ou pas. OK. Je vais continuer sans. Je vous ai mis quelques exemples qui viennent de cas de ce qu'on appelle les super spreading events, des cas de contamination dans lequel un porteur contaminé va contaminer parfois plusieurs dizaines de personnes autour de lui. Et ces cas, en fait, ce sont des cas connus qui ont été publiés dans la littérature scientifique, dont vous avez certainement entendu parler. Ces cas ont fait école. Et qu'est-ce qu'on constate ? Eh bien, ce sont des cas qui se passent à l'intérieur, pas à l'extérieur. Et puis qui ont tous des caractéristiques communes. D'abord, souvent des fortes émissions, des gens qui chantent, qui sont fortement infectieux, un taux d'occupation élevé des locaux, c'est-à-dire beaucoup de cibles qui sont présentes dans l'espace, et puis une ventilation inexistante ou défectueuse. Donc c'est quand même un facteur aggravant de ces situations. Et il est évident qu'en améliorant la qualité de l'air, nous allons aussi contribuer à réduire ces situations de supercontamination dans les espaces intérieurs. Donc mon message est finalement très simple. Il est clair que la qualité de l'air intérieur influence notre santé. On doit agir pour améliorer la qualité de l'air dans les bâtiments qui n'est pas assez soutenu ou contrôlé, dans un contexte où on fait face à des challenges de plus en plus importants. Le problème énergétique des bâtiments, c'est-à-dire la surisolation des bâtiments, les risques liés aux transmissions virales comme le Covid. Et puis j'en rajoute un, évidemment, qui est un élément contextuel important, c'est le changement climatique. Le changement climatique, il va falloir l'anticiper, puisque l'augmentation de température, ça favorise l'apparition de certaines espèces biologiques, ça favorise l'émission de composés organiques volatiles, et puis on s'attend à une augmentation de la pollution particulière extérieure. Voilà mon principal message, et je vous remercie de votre attention.
For that. I'm now going to welcome Pavel.
Et maintenant, je vais accueillir Pavel Vargoci de l'univers de la Haute École de Lausanne, de l'EPFL.
David.
Oui.
Right, and then we just go on, and so my topic is what do we want to achieve in buildings, and what is realistic and what is ideal, and I'll give the answer to these questions at the very end. So the question first is that I ask why we should bother about indoor air quality. It is because 85% of the time we inhale air indoors. It's 10,000 liters of air, and the effects are not trivial. David was mentioning about this, but if we try to decipher those numbers, 85%, what does it mean? It means for a person that lives 79 years on average, 69 years will be spent in a building and only 6 years outdoors. So all the exposures will be occurring in the building. And of the 69 years, 54 years will be at home. And this is the second very important message. And then the next message is that effects are well recognized and characterized. David was talking about the effects on health, effects on comfort, and in terms of increased prevalence of acute symptoms, but also there are other effects that we should not forget. Strong effects on reduced work performance and learning, also increased absenteeism and presenteeism, and then the new evidence showing that indoor air quality also has a negative effects on disturbed sleep and sleep quality. Can we minimize those effects? I believe that we can do that. And we know we have enough information to do that. And this we can do without any doubt. And because we know the main unsafe exposures. There are publications by WHO, air quality guidelines, that show for which pollutants we know that pollutants are toxic. The only thing that is not included in those air quality guidelines is the infection agents, airborne pathogens. So this is something that has to be included as well, but nevertheless, the major pollutants are known. However, there is one prerequisite for the success, is that we have to think about one air. So the air that we inhale indoors, that was also shown by David, is also the air that is coming from outdoors. So we need to integrate our activities together with the activities that lead to improve the outdoor air quality as well. So that will have positive effect on the indoor air quality. So many people are saying, okay, to do this in so many buildings, it's really a costly affair to start to improve indoor air quality. Actually, it is not, because we need to start considering benefits that are brought by improving indoor air quality. And that benefits are major, and they are both on the aspects of the health impacts. And this is the example of how many healthy life years are lost in Europe because of the exposure to pollution indoors. It's about 2 million healthy life years lost. Half of that is the pollution that is coming from outside that is inhaled indoors. And it costs about 200 billion euro annually. It's comparable with the GDP of Cyprus. And if we forget about the numbers of the economic numbers, this is about the similar of number as road traffic injuries. How much effort is done to reduce road traffic injuries? And there is one other aspect that we need to bring here and discuss is, of course, the COVID costs. If we had been prepared, we would not have that cost that is shown here. It's about 1 trillion euro globally per month. And the other implications are also considerable. It is about the work and learning. Actually, with respect to the work, even a 1% improved work performance, thanks to improved indoor air quality, will be cost effective. And the payback times of that investments are very short. Usually, they are below 1 year. In seldom occasions, there will be 2 years. And also, we know that the too short sleep will have a negative effect. So that will be about up to 7 working days lost per year if we sleep too short. So these are significant economic consequences. So the question would be what we can do first. So what is realistic? I believe there are few elements that we can think about and this is standards, air quality rating, source control, and ventilation. So first of all, we have to think about the standards for indoor air quality. and especially for ventilation. Here we are talking about minimum standards, so the standards that define the minimum requirements, and then also address the needs for an average person. The people who are more sensitive, more sensitive, they are not considering that. They neglect individual preferences. Usually comfort and satisfaction is a main design criteria. And they do not address combined effects, and there is no strive for innovation. Because if you have a minimum standard, there is no strive for innovation. So ideally, standards should ensure resilience, and resilience understood broadly for the climate change and for any events that is happening, including such event as a pandemic event, flexibility, diversity, and preference to include all the occupants of the buildings, and then monitoring and compliance. It's a very important element how we can document that what we propose is effective. And then they should promote health and well-being. Actually, the standards should create a risk, the similar risk across all over the buildings. So if I go to one building, to another building, to the third building, I will always have the same risk that I will experience. What we can do? Well, first of all, about the pollution control. Many people are saying we must be realistic. We cannot determine the pollutants of concern. But of course, we must be realistic and act on incomplete information that we have. Among thousands of pollutants that are present in commerce, only 1%, for 1% we know their toxicity. So that will be also happening for indoor air. So for those pollutants that we know, we really need to very well start and follow the guidelines and recommendations. So we must agree and select on certain pollutants for monitoring compliance. This is just an example of few pollutants, and including also the WHO air quality pollutants from WHO air quality guidelines. That could be just a start of that. It doesn't mean that this is the final list. We can start with that and continue increasing the number of pollutants based on their importance. We have to also think about rethink ventilation. So we need to create a clear pathway on how to develop ventilation standards. And this is just one of the examples of the possible pathway, or the way how we can do that. It is by creating a base requirement that always have to be met in all the buildings, base plus, which when those base requirements is not met, and then endemic pandemic ventilation when it is necessary, when there is an increased risk for infection. However, in order for ventilation to be successful, we have to meet two prerequisites. The first prerequisite is a source control. So ventilation cannot do with everything, so we have to start controlling the pollution at the source. This is the most effective method of reducing the air pollution. And because the sources dominate, there is a great diversity of this, it's very difficult to predict what sources are in different buildings. So if we do something there, we will be very effective. There is an example of regulation, of a potential guideline for that. That was the EU LCI concept that has been developed for 200 pollutants. Another important matter that has to be considered is the rating scheme. I think we are somehow handicapped as a field that we don't have a rating scheme of indoor air quality, of indoor environmental quality. All the other disciplines have the rating schemes, and we don't have one. And this rating scheme is very important. These are few examples of the rating schemes that have been recently developed. This is TAIL, IEQ Compass, and EU levels, because they provide useful data for all buildings stakeholders. They provide additional incentives for improvements. They create benchmark, build database for information for buildings. They monitor performance of building, and then they also can provide an input to economic calculations. The most important is that they demonstrate it visible. We can feel temperature, we can hear noises, we can see the light. We have very little information about the air quality in the room. We know only that there is a 977 ppm of CO2 here, but we don't know anything about other pollutants. So this is why this is important to have those rating schemes. This is just an example how effective the rating scheme can be. This is an example of the analysis that we did with the rating scheme that is called TAIL, that show the quality of indoor environment in schools in France. We are not discussing what the quality is. It is a very good representation and also allow to make the decision afterwards. Many people in the respect of indoor environment air quality talk about humidity. So I will say a few words also about the humidity. So people ask, what about humidity? What we should do with the humidity? I think humidity is worthy attention. First of all, high humidity should be avoided always. So high humidity levels will lead to the risk of condensation, mold, and there are many other risks that are associated with this. So high humidity levels should be avoided. What about the low relative humidity levels? Some people talk about the dry air. So generally, dry air is not related to low relative humidity. The perception of dry air is related to the levels of pollution in the space and also the temperature. And it's very difficult to define the acceptable level of low relative humidity, but although we know that low relative humidity have two important effects. One is that it will cause eye problems, and also it will reduce the defense mechanism through the reducing the mucociliary clearance. So this is something that we need to consider in the discussion about humidity. And whether we need to humidify is another question, should be carefully considered, taking into account those aspects. So then I will want to answer the second question of my presentation. It is, what do we want to achieve in buildings? Well, generally what we want to achieve is the buildings being green and healthy. Green meaning that we need to follow sustainable principles. So the sustainable principles say that, we need to protect the current population and the future generations. So we need to construct the building, reduce the energy, reduce the impact on the climate change when we are building the buildings. But at the same time, we need to make sure that the buildings will be healthy, so we'll follow a certain principles, and we need to go further. So we need to promote, buildings need to promote health. So what is the healthy building? The healthy building is a building that should not compromise the basic human requirements of every building occupant and foster high quality of life, good health, optimal physical, mental activity, and sleep quality. Today, our focus is on reducing the risk. Basically, what we are trying to do is reduce the risk associated with the exposures to air pollution in the buildings. I think what we really need to do is to change the mindset, and we start to think about creating positive sensation in buildings through, of course, regulating the indoor air quality. We have to fulfill the preferences of people and also think about the enhanced health resilience and immune response by creating the indoor air quality at certain levels and including a certain type of exposures. So that will be comparable to the distillated water. Today what we do is distillate the air, remove everything from the air, but there is probably also good guys in the air that we should not remove. So this is probably the future task for us. I think what is necessary is a paradigm change, and this is just the takeaway from my talk. I think the paradigm change is that we must think of clean air as we think of clean water and fresh air. Here we do not compromise, nor should we do so with the indoor air quality. And then, so IQ must not be compromised. There should be always high indoor air quality, but that prerequisite is that there is a high outdoor air quality as well. We must act on existing evidence, not wait for more evidence to come, because we have an evidence, we can act. We must develop IAQ rating in order to demonstrate indoor air quality and also to see whether we comply with the requirements. And we have to consider the benefits in all the calculations. And health must be promoted in buildings, not only risk reduction. So this is the end of my talk. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Pavel. I'm now going to introduce Corinne Mandin, who's going to develop our next talk. Corinne is from the Institute of Radiation Protection and Nuclear Safety in France.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's a great honor to be part of this first WHO conference on indoor air quality. And I would like to thank the organizers, in particular Catherine Noakes and Antoine Flower, for inviting me. I have 15 minutes to present the state of knowledge on air quality in buildings in 2023. Given the short time available, I was chosen to focus on buildings in which we spent the most time, namely homes, schools and offices. Let's start with homes. These are the buildings in which we see the greatest diversity of indoor pollution, because of course there are many sources, as David Venner presented earlier this morning, because the buildings are very heterogeneous in their construction, and because we occupants are all different with extremely varied lifestyles, product use and window opening practices. So there's a huge diversity in terms of situations. And today we know the determinants, the factors that influence indoor pollution in homes. There's just a few of them: smoking, outdoor pollution, whether air or soil, whether you have an attached garage that be accessed from the house, new furniture, new floor coverings, you change floors, you add new pollutants, or food being cooked, cleaning products, DIY products, insecticides. All of this contributes to a deterioration of indoor air quality, and of course water leakages are linked to the growth of mold, and of course ventilation, and we're going to be talking about this today, is a major determinant. And one point I would like to stress is that air quality in homes is associated with
cité, il y a une forte densité d'appareils
There's many office appliances that can be that can be very harmful to our health. There's also substances known as flame retardants. These buildings are cleaned on the daily basis. What's more, office buildings are unique in that in some high-rise building the windows cannot be open. Unlike schools, office buildings are very often equipped with mechanical ventilation systems, and studies have shown that indoor pollution is therefore lower there than in homes and schools. So, in general, of course, with the exception of individual improved situations, air quality is sufficient in offices and better than in homes or schools. Now going to focus on the latest multi-center study on air quality in office buildings carried out in Europe. It was carried out by Officer, conducted between 2011 and 2014. Now I'm going to concentrate on two aspects that I feel are important. On the one hand, we observed the season variability of indoor concentrations, and which I illustrate here with the average concentrations measured in offices in different countries for benzene on the left and for formaldehyde on the right. So for benzene concentrations in winter are statistically higher than in those measured in summer, and for formaldehyde the opposite is true, with concentrations statistically higher in summer. If you have to take measures in buildings, if possible, take measurements in two contrasting seasons. The second important result, which I find important, is that when cleaning products were changed and fragrance-free products were used, indoor concentrations of aldehydes were reduced, thereby improving indoor air quality significantly. This shows that you can improve indoor air with simple, not costly measures. I've shown you that indoor air quality varies from building to building and from season to season. It also changes over time. This was shown in the different German and French studies. You see here on the graph average measurements in France since 2000, and you see that toluene and ethylbenzene, to give you one example, are falling in terms of their concentrations. As for chlorinated compounds, trichloroethylene and tetrachloroethylene, apart from specific cases of polluted soil in the buildings, are no longer detected in French homes. Another example in Germany, in Leipzig, a study showed that in the bedroom of the child, in the household or in the living room, concentrations on average were lower. This graph shows the average concentrations for 5 chemical families, for example, aromatics such as benzene and toluene, and chlorinated compounds such as trichloroethylenes and tetrachloroethylene mentioned earlier. So it's good news to hear that the concentrations are lower. Now, in addition, Germany has been conducting regular national campaigns to measure air quality in homes, known as the German Environmental Survey, or GERES. The graph on the right shows the percentage reduction in indoor aldehyde concentration between the GERES 4 and GERES 5 campaigns. With the exception of formaldehyde and hexanol, all average aldehyde concentrations have fallen by more than 20%. So there are pollutants that have been disappearing from our homes, and this is good news. On the other hand, of course, our lifestyles are changing, and we're seeing new uses that can generate emissions of polluting substances. Here's just a few examples. Compact fluorescent lamps, for example, which can emit mercury if they break. Vaping, a new way of smoking that emits propylene, glycol in particular. 3D printing, which is not restricted to professional environments, can also be used in homes. And recently, as part of the COVID-19 pandemic, there's been a resurgence in the disinfection of premises. So substances such as quaternary ammoniums may see their concentrations in the air increase. There are also terpenes, fluorinated compounds that are much in the news, siloxanes, synthetic musk and pyrethroids, which are insecticides. All these substances are present in products that we use more and more, and therefore their concentrations are increasing. I've just mentioned substances that have been around for a long time, and their concentrations are being reduced mostly, but there are also new chemical substances on the market. These include new plasticizers such as DINCH and DEHT, which are replacing phthalates. German studies have measured those. Recently, these new plasticizers have been looked for in different series of samples collected from dust bags that were frozen, and these two graphs clearly show the appearance of these compounds after 2006 with an increase in their detection. Now, of course, knowledge is evolving thanks to laboratory analysis methods that have been improved, but it's possible now to detect substances never before identified, but of course this is just the tip of the iceberg. Until now, when indoor air quality measures were carried out, it was necessary to know which substances were being looked for in order to set up an analytical method for quantifying the concentrations. Today, what we know are non-targeted analyses, and this type of analysis being developed. It's now not necessary anymore to know a priori what we're looking for, and all the substances present in the indoor air or in the dust are detected. There's new studies, of course, and I quote a recent study carried out as part of the European Norman Network on emerging substances, and almost 2,350 new chemical substances in domestic dust were found. Now, of course, climate change is going to change the quality of indoor air, as was said earlier on. Here you see the results or consequences of climate change. In particular, it will lead to an increase in indoor air temperatures, which in turn leads to an increased VOC concentration. Of course, climate change also leads to meteorological phenomena, floods, for example, which will lead to more humidity indoors, or more smoke, or forest fires, which lead to more substances in the air. All of this can lead to reduced indoor air quality. Climate change mitigation measures such as insulating buildings to reduce energy consumption and therefore greenhouse gas emissions can have negative effects on indoor air quality if ventilation is not taken into account. And in conclusion, we need to know a great deal about indoor air quality. In particular, we need to consider how we renovate buildings. We have to make sure that we consider ventilation when we refurbish buildings. Radon, for example, can continue to penetrate into a house if we don't refurbish properly. These are results from a French study. Now, in conclusion, we know a great deal about air quality in buildings. It's sufficient to know what needs to be done to improve indoor air quality, but at the same time, we must continue to measure indoor air quality. We need to identify potential risk substances or situations and remedy them. And of course, we need to continue assessing the effectiveness of interventions and to raise awareness of the importance of this issue among all stakeholders, in particular, of course, building occupants and managers. With that, I close, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Corinne, for a really interesting talk there. I'd like to now introduce our fourth speaker for this morning, so Hossein Gorji, if you want to come up. who's from EMPA and is going to talk about some of the work in schools during the pandemic.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Hossein Gorgi, scientist at EMPA. I'm going to give you a report about the project we did during the pandemic in close collaboration with Alexa Kaddouf and Ivan Lunati. The project was realized as a collaboration between EMPA and Canton Grisons, Switzerland. Trying to get that through. Okay. Okay, I give you the background. So the objective of the project was to collect empirical evidence on possible links between indoor air and infection risk at schools in Switzerland through an observational study. I'm just waiting for the slides to be there. We don't have a blackboard, otherwise I could use that. Okay. Oh, the other side? I can move there, that's fine. So we get it here. Yeah, as I just mentioned, so the study focuses on schools in Canton Grisons and in order to collect empirical evidence that give us some insight about correlations between indoor air and infection risk. To get it started, let's get back 2 years ago in winter of 2021, where almost everywhere in Europe, we were experiencing a sharp rise in the number of positive cases due to COVID pandemic because of the Delta variant and emergence of the Omicron. In Switzerland, there was no exception. As we see, there was a steady rise in the case number in terms of the incidence, and at the same time, there was a high occupancy of the patients in the intensive care units, not too far from the limit of the healthcare system of the country. So the situation was clearly far from being ideal, and the question at the time was, what can be done in order to further reduce the transmission of the virus? Prior to that, Canton Grisons in Switzerland launched a repetitive testing campaign targeting employees in businesses and students at schools. They were offered PCR tests free of charge on a weekly basis, and those who turned out positive, they were asked to self-isolate and thereby targeting to reduce the transmission. We looked at this data, and through statistical analysis, we could come up with a number around up to 50% reduction in the incidence due to that mitigation. But again, there was question around what else can be done in order to further reduce the transmission of the virus on top of this repetitive testing. We all know that air exchange is closely linked to the risk of infection of respiratory pathogens. I'm not going through details here for obvious reasons, but just mentioning that CO2 concentration is rather a good proxy to infer the amount of air being exchanged between indoor and outdoor. Of course, to go from CO2 concentration all the way to infection risk, we need further assumptions on the prevalence of the virus among the population and so on and so forth. At the same time, we know that schools play a major role in fueling, sustaining, and advancing epidemics simply because of the vast social networks that youngsters have. So pupils, the students, they, among population, they have a large number of contacts. And therefore, the idea was, why not targeting schools in the canton, measuring indoor air in terms of the CO2 concentration, and see what can be done in order to reduce infection. So we focused in the canton of Grisons. We picked 150 classrooms among almost 60 schools. We equipped them with 2 measurement devices, 1 per classroom, in order to correct for possible drifts between the measurement devices. And through that, we tried to address 2 fundamental questions. One was, in general, how does the indoor air relate to the infection risk, or to the risk of outbreaks in the classrooms, to be more precise? And the other, could we say something about the safe level of CO2 concentration in those classrooms for this stage of the pandemic that we considered? We did our homework. We looked at those measurement devices in our facilities. At EMPA, we tested them in climate chambers to characterize their performances in terms of accuracy and response time. They turned out to be in line with the data declared by the sensor manufacturers, so it was in the given error bounds. And furthermore, we asked teachers to simply ignore those devices, as we wanted to prevent their intervention in our observational study. Here I'm showing you a sample of the data that you could read from these devices. So is the CO2 concentration in time. We see the increase, for example, during the lecture and so on and so forth. So we collected this data from all these 150 classrooms in the span of 2 months and fed that to our epidemiological analysis in order to infer the connection between these CO2 measures and infection risk. First, I showed you some descriptives that we got from this data collection. Here we are looking at the histogram of the maximum level of the CO2 concentration registered by the sensors. What we observe is that majority of classrooms had or experienced CO2 levels exceeding 2,000 ppm. And that's clearly above the threshold that was declared by Federal Office of Public Health, that was recommended by that office, that the maximum shouldn't exceed beyond 1,400 ppm. And certainly much higher than the threshold that was set by other studies during the pandemic that put the number somewhere between 800 and 1,000 ppm. Sorry. Waiting. Okay. Sorry for that. Okay. So this was the first lesson we got out of our study. The next one was, okay, what can we say more? How can we link that to the infection risk? And for that, we had to do a more fine-grained analysis of the data. Remember that we were launching this weekly test in Canton Grisons, so we had a pretty good idea about the number of positive cases in each classroom for the considered 2 months of the study. What we didn't know, though, was if the cases that have been detected are related to each other. Through some statistical analysis, we came up with a number around 3 positive cases or above, that if they have been identified in a classroom at a given time, we could say by good confidence that they belong to the same chain of infection. And through that, we focus on those clusters, and then we try to see if there is a relationship between the size of this cluster of positive cases per classroom to the CO2 concentration registered during lecture hours. And through the analysis, we got this scatter plot that you see here, where we see statistically significant correlation between the cluster size of positive cases per classroom, and the percentage of lecture time spent above 1,000 ppm. Now, of course, we wanted to say also something more general about that, trying to reduce the uncertainty of the curve that we observe. And for that reason, we split the classrooms into two groups. One, shown by red, they are associated with CO2 levels, with higher CO2 levels, so more than 10% of time of the lectures were above 1,000 ppm, and the other group below that. And then we looked at the outbreak frequency, comparing these two groups of classrooms, and we got an interesting result. In fact, the classrooms that were associated with a higher CO2 level, they experienced more than 60% higher chance of having outbreaks. And this result is of statistical significance given the low p-value that we have here. I should also mention two studies that are in the same line with our findings. One conducted also in Switzerland by University of Bern and Federal Office of Public Health, where they looked at the indoor air among schools, and they also reported relatively high CO2 concentration among the classrooms. And the other one conducted in Italy during COVID pandemic, where they found that the risk of infection was increased by more than 70% among those classrooms that used natural ventilation compared to those that had mechanical ventilation. These already bring me to the concluding remarks. There are many messages that we can take from this study, but I would focus on three. As a researcher, of course, I would like to advocate for more studies, more long-term, more large-scale field studies on relating indoor air and population-level epidemiology. This, of course, needs more coordination between different organizations, including public health, education, and research. What we observed in our study for most is that the level of CO2 concentration in the considered classrooms were not acceptable, and this should and could be improved, for example, by better regulating natural ventilation, by going to mechanical ventilation and other solutions. Last but not least, I would also like to mention that carbon dioxide sensors are pretty useful tools in order to get an idea about the CO2 concentration and air exchange in general. However, in order to use them for scientific studies that then can be used as basis for informed policies, we need to augment them with appropriate data analytics tools and corresponding validations. Before finishing my presentation, I would also like to acknowledge two figures that helped us during this study: Martin Bühler from Canton Grisons, who was a big supporter from initiation of the project and throughout the project, and Roger von Bank from EMPA, who conducted all the validations for the sensors. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Bassem, for a really interesting talk there. So our final speaker this morning, I'd like to welcome Andreas Brenner, who's come from the European Commission, and he's actually going to talk slightly differently, more around the research funding for work in this area. So thank you for joining us this morning.
Yeah, good morning also from my side, and thank you very much for the invitation and the possibility to speak here. I'm just waiting for the slides. But yeah, I'm a policy officer at the European Commission in Brussels, and I work mostly on innovation funding for pandemic countermeasures. So my talk will be more focused on pandemic management directly. Following up from the previous speaker. I'll structure my talk in three parts. I'll give a very brief introduction of HERA, which is the European Commission's new pandemic department. Then I'll briefly give an intro on the available innovation funding, a specific call that we have open right now that will be relevant for this audience. And then I'll briefly talk about a mapping project that we currently have ongoing, where we map different interventions. I'm a policy officer at HERA, which is the European Commission's Health Emergency Preparedness and Response Authority, and it was founded almost exactly 2 years ago on this day today in the wake of the COVID pandemic. And it was given the mission to strengthen the EU's resilience and response to future health emergencies such as pandemics. And it was given a budget of 6 billion over 6 years, so we roughly have a budget of 1 billion per year that we can use to strengthen the European medical countermeasure space. And I think very important for this talk here today, medical countermeasures defined in the EU is very broad. So it's not just vaccines, medicines and diagnostics, but it is also all potential interventions that could serve to combat serious cross-border health threats. And with this 1 billion a year, we're focusing on the entire value chain of medical countermeasures, so both from research and development, which will be relevant today, but also up to stockpiling and manufacturing support. And then just to give sort of the showcase that we're really using this breadth of our mandate, that we're really trying to focus on the most effective interventions, different to other countries that, for example, focus solely on vaccines. I give here an overview of the research budget of this year, so it's over €500 million, and we have actions on vaccines, on diagnostics, on antivirals. We're giving €70 million to CEPI, which is doing vaccine research. We have our own venture capital arm with HERA Invest, and I think very relevant for this talk today, we have a €65 million action under Horizon Europe via the European Innovation Council on that relates to pandemic management through indoor air interventions. In the second part, I'll give a bit more detail for this call. So the call supports the development and commercialization of different interventions in formerly what is called aerosol and surface decontamination solutions. So in that sense, it is pretty broad. The main thing that it asks for is that the intervention that the company applies with shows evidence that it can avoid or reduce the need for social distancing in a pandemic. So that's the core criterion. And the call targets companies in the EU, so small and medium enterprises, startups, scale-ups that are established in the EU or in a country associated to Horizon Europe, which, to preempt any questions, unfortunately Switzerland is no longer associated with this program for now. As I mentioned, the total funding is 65 million euros. And individual companies, they can apply for up to 2.5 million euros in grants that can support their innovation, and for up to 15 million in direct equity investments if they're at a bit of a more mature stage, and this can finance potential scale-up activities or other associated costs. And a bit of bad news, I think that the deadline is already approaching very rapidly, so within a month is already the final deadline for this call, which is somewhat tight because the application requirements are quite high, but I'd still encourage everyone to apply if they're interested, and also to potentially spread the word to potential other companies in Europe that you think might be interested in this. And to give a bit more detail of the sort of interventions that this call is trying to fund, it focuses on 3 areas, or solutions in 3 areas. The first is full systems for aerosol capture, pathogen deactivation, and air circulation management. So all of these interventions that could be applied in indoor spaces. So this can be offices, houses, schools, but also airplanes, for example, or public transport. The second part is on rapid surface decontamination devices. So this could be UVC irradiation systems or biocidal agent dispersion that go beyond of the state of the art, so beyond the technologies that are currently available. And then thirdly, the call also allows innovation for respiratory PPE, so next generation face masks. And here it focuses on devices that are more effective than the N95 or FFP2 masks that we used in the pandemic mostly, but that still remain low airflow resistance. And I think interestingly, this call also gives the possibility to integrate pathogen profiling sensors in all of these areas. So I think we've heard in previous talks the importance of monitoring, the importance of standards, and this call allows integrating devices that would give quasi-real-time information of the pathogenic load in indoor air. And that brings me to the third point that I wanted to present today, which is the technology mapping project that we currently have ongoing at the European Commission. So this is done jointly with our scientists from the European Commission's Joint Research Center, and we call it a foresight project. And we're mapping two things. First, we're really mapping the full space of all interventions in indoor pathogen transmission suppression. So basically all interventions that could eliminate pathogens in indoor air. So this goes from the more standard interventions like filtration and ventilation through to ultraviolet-based interventions and then also up to biochemical interventions. So we map this elimination space broadly, and then in the second step we also map the full range of detection, so all interventions that would allow measuring pathogenic viruses or pathogens generally in indoor air in nearly real time. And this information, I mean, as I said before, would allow to activate different pathogen suppression protocols. So it could identify super spreader events early, or basically if we see that there's a high concentration, we could increase the dosage of the interventions that were previously mapped. And I think the main reason I'm presenting this today, this project is still ongoing, and we're actually relying on expert input in future steps. So the first stage was this desk research where our scientists mapped the whole space of interventions. And now in the next two steps, both in an online survey and in an expert workshop, we would really like to try to prioritize in between all of these interventions. So we'd like to identify the most promising technologies in this space, and then also to identify potential bottlenecks. Why are these not coming to the market? What would be needed to get them to a stage where they could be adopted more broadly? And yeah, for this we're using an online survey and a workshop, and we want to give all of you the possibility to participate. In the end, all this input will lead into a report, and this report sort of identifies the gaps and challenges, but also gives policy recommendations, both for what kind of interventions we could fund at EU level, or what member states of the European Union could fund, or what non-funding interventions would be required, for example, higher standards or different regulations. And if you're interested in participating in either the survey or the workshop, I'd ask you to reach out, to just send a short email to our email address, which is hera-02@ec.europa.eu, and in the subject line, just express your interest to participate in this project, and then just give your full name, the organization that you work for, and just confirm whether you'd be interested in participating in the online survey, or then in the follow-up workshop that we're holding in Brussels on the 10th of November, where we'll discuss these different interventions and where we'll try to find a consensus or identify areas where no consensus can be found. That's it for my talk. Thank you very much. Looking forward to the Q&A.
Thank you very much, Andreas, for that. So we're going to do a quick move of some chairs, and then can I ask all of the speakers from this morning to come up and take a seat on the stage, and then we will take some questions. So we will take some questions from the audience, and I think we'll have will we have a microphone to go around the audience? And we'll be able to take some questions online as well. So we've got about 20 minutes for our Q&A session. So can we start? We'll start down here this morning. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michel Tirren. I'm the WHO representative to Israel and the special advisor of Hans Kluge on COVID. It's really interesting, and I really appreciate the clarity and all the messages. I feel often that when we talk about air, we looks like we are 2 centuries behind the water quality, and therefore when we talk about air, we put standards that always seems unattainable. So always feel that they are kind of wishful. How can we reconcile the reality on the ground and the science regarding indoor air, the way we do with water sanitation? I think indoor air is a complex discipline, and we need to reconcile, for the sake of politicians to take the right decisions, this gap between what we want to achieve and the capacity to do it on the ground.
Thank you. Would anybody like to respond? That's quite a big question. Maybe Pavel?
Me?
Looking at you? Sorry.
Thank you. I think that I don't know why we're doing it. Maybe we are afraid to take a decision because we think that the mass of the consequences will be high, so it won't be easy to implement. I think our standards are not that ambitious, actually, and then they can be implemented. So what we really need to do is to make sure that we comply with the standards and that we follow the recommendations. I think that is the message from me, how to do it. And then I think the politicians should be not afraid of taking a difficult decision, that we should do it. And I just give an example. Now that the trialogue is taking place in European Commission is about the new Energy Performance Directive. And there is a debate about the Article 11, which actually that describes that we should monitor indoor environmental quality in buildings. It is very likely that this article will be removed from the revision of EPBD. So it seems like we still do not take seriously the matters that are related to indoor air. One of the issues is probably that we do not see the danger and the risk that is associated with the exposure to air pollutants. For example, we haven't seen COVID or SARS-CoV-2, but we closed all the buildings, you know. So this is the point, is that we do not, immediately see the consequences of our exposures. Only for the people who are susceptible, who will develop quickly symptoms, they will be perceiving that there is a problem. For us, exposure today to PM2.5 may result in some disease in 10 years. So maybe we can just delay our decision until we get sick. So maybe that is one of the reasons. And this is why the rating scheme is so important. We need to start to visualize invisible pollution for us as humans.
Thank you, Pavel. I think, David, you wanted to add.
I totally concur. Maybe I'm not very familiar with the water problem, but the difficulty I see in the indoor air quality problem is the multitude of actors and players. You have different environments, domestic, offices, public building that belongs to different regulation and different authorities. And the owners has his own say, of course, and responsibility. And the one occupying the building are not necessarily the owner. So it's complicates the action, the intervention. And even if we have evidence, we only will overcome that by a collective effort. And that's one important message. You cannot just regulate and hope for the best. Everybody has his own share of responsibility, and we have to make all these players play together. Otherwise, it won't work. And that may be one thing which is different than the water system, maybe.
Just a comment to this. I agree completely that we have several stakeholders and they have a different interests in buildings. And this is the reason why it's so difficult. But however, for energy, we are able to do that. So why can't we push it for indoor air quality? So this is just a comment.
Thank you. Let me take one more in the room. I'm going to go to Cameron in the room, and then I'm going to come down here to take some of the online questions up there.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Cameron Abbas, Editor-in-Chief of the BMJ. It was a really interesting session, and I enjoyed all your talks. They were very interesting and fascinating. I've got a general question for you, which builds on the kind of multidisciplinary nature of the conversation we just had. Do you think that because there are different methodological approaches in different disciplines, that creates a problem in generating, interpreting, talking about, reaching a consensus around the evidence? I'd be interested to hear what you think about that. I mean, some people, of course, are very, narrow in their view of interpreting evidence. Others argue for a much more pluralistic approach based on the best available evidence. We're in the latter category at the BMJ, so we're very supportive of what you're trying to achieve here. The second question is a rather specific one for Hussein. I mean, clearly what happened in schools was highly controversial and hotly debated during the pandemic, and still is, and your data were very interesting. You did draw what seemed to be an arbitrary cutoff, though, which was to say, was it 10% of people's time above 1,000 ppm? Could you just explain? I mean, clearly, if you had that cutoff in a different place, your findings would be different, and then you would interpret them differently. Might you explain the rationale for that and what effect that had? Thank you.
Let me go to you first, Hussein, to respond to that, and while the others have a think.
Sure. I mean, it's a very good question. Of course, I couldn't present all the results we have yet. I have a general comment. Of course, it's an observational study, so we have really no control on many confounding effects on play. So let's be clear on that. But on the cutoff, so we simply split all the classrooms that had positive clusters into two groups of the same size. So it's not arbitrary in that sense. And we also perform sensitivity analysis on that. So if you put 1,000 ppm to 1,400 ppm, 1,600, you see the same thing, also with very low p-values. So the admittedly, we have a rather small sample size, but I would argue that the effect is large enough to bring statistical significance to the result that we have.
Thank you for that. So shall we go to the first of Cameron's questions, which is about this interdisciplinarity and how people look at different studies. And I'm going to look at you, Corinne, see whether you might, because you've got very interdisciplinary in your work.
I think in the past it could have been a limit, but now we are really pushed to work with other people, and the pollutants are so various, chemicals, pathogens, so we are obliged to work with chemists, with biologists, with epidemiologists. And now you may have heard about the concept of exposome, exposure throughout all the life, from the birth to the end of life in all environments. Being exposed also to the social environment. So we are really in the spirit of having a broader approach. So I think we are making progress, and this is not a limitation anymore, according to me.
I would concur. We have different metrics depending on the domain, but the health endpoint is the same. You may have more sensitive population, or you may look at air renewal rather than CO2 level because of regulation or practical issue. But the endpoint is still the same, and we can handle that for regular chemicals, for instance. So there is really no reason that we shouldn't be able to do that, except a willingness to act or resources.
I think there is also a challenge, though, isn't there, that we're exposed to many things at the same time. And conducting studies, whether it's an observational study, whether it's a randomized study, are very hard to do in environmental settings, because you've got so many factors going on that you can't control. And I don't know the answer to that, other than the fact that we perhaps need to invest more in them and invest in larger scale ones to be able to see that and recognize where all these other pieces come in. I'm going to come down to Antoine now, who's got some questions from our many people who are watching online. If you'd like to, perhaps we'll take a couple of those questions and then we'll come back to the room.
Thank you, Kath. Yes, among the 1,500 registered people online, we have a lot of activity. One question for Hossein Gorji. Have you studied this in colder climate? maybe increase in air exchange will lead to low relative humidity, resulting in a higher infection rate. That would be the opposite of what we want. What do you think about that? And after I have a question for Corinne.
Of course, I mean, the timeline that we looked at, the results was during November and December 2021. So this time was fixed because after that, the weekly test stopped. So we don't have really data on the infection afterwards. And all we can say is just for that time window. So I don't have data on other seasons. Yeah, but that's an interesting question. Yeah.
Do you want to just make a comment on humidity?
Of course. Ventilation, of course, has to be at a certain level. That is because of the other types of pollutants. For the infection control, we are talking about the infectious aerosols. There are other methods to remove infectious aerosols from the air, not necessarily requiring increasing ventilation in spaces. So I think we have to remember this when we are talking about increased ventilation means increased equivalent clean airflow rate that can be obtained with other methods than ventilation with respect to the infectious aerosols.
Thank you. Do you want to take your
a second one to Corinne? Yes, you consider a chemical pollutant for indoor air quality. Did you study also infectious aerosols?
In France, when we did the survey in dwellings or schools or offices, we considered mold contamination, but we did not measure bacteria or virus because of technical issues. The measurement is active measurement during 2 hours. It's very noisy. It should be sent as soon as after the sample to the lab. So for practical reason, unfortunately, there are really little information about biocontaminants except mold.
And I think that's a big challenge, isn't it, with measuring things, because it's very transient as well. What might be there today is gone in 2 hours' time or tomorrow.
Exactly. Yeah, the sampling is 2 hours or 1 hour, and it depends really on the hour you do the measurement. It's fluctuating over time, and it makes it more difficult.
Okay, we'll take a couple more from the room. I'll come down here first. There's our microphone.
Hello, thank you. So Andre from the Health and Safety Department of CERN, the European Laboratory for Particle Physics. First of all, let me congratulate the organizers for this very important and useful event. I would like to come back to the first question, if I may, from the panel. And in fact, if we look at the guidelines that were shown in a couple of presentations on what is exactly called indoor air quality, we see the values there are more exposed in terms of exposure limits, in terms of concentration. Yet we see in several regulatory references in Europe, at least that's the jurisdiction that I'm more familiar with, we see that we specify engineering controls to achieve those limits. We specify flow rates. Now we will not discuss that ventilation is one of the most important thing to achieve indoor air quality, but aren't we limiting our flexibility by specifying flow rates in regulatory text? Because then we might achieve the impossible 6 air changes per hour, 12 air changes per hour, because it's written in the rule. So my question to the panel is, do you see that the next step of evolution of regulatory text or standards, should we go towards specifying a concentration and not a flow rate? This is my question.
Okay, interesting question. Any thoughts from Corinne?
There are already the WHO guidelines for around 10 pollutants that can be used. So there are guidelines, and in some countries are regulatory. Asbestos, for example, we mentioned asbestos a little bit. There is a mandatory value not to exceed. If exceeded, the materials containing asbestos should be covered or removed. So I think we need both. We need a set of guidelines with value of concentration and also air flow rate guidelines. For outdoor air quality, what makes things move are the concentration guidelines. So we need to have the same set of limit value for indoor air, not only indicative, but more regulatory.
Pavel?
Yeah, very, very short. I think we need both, and I agree completely with Corinne about that. Just not to change, the interest, focus. And then I think we need to have them because of the compliance issues. because we really don't know whether the airflows that we recommend do meet what are the levels that we want to achieve. So I think we need to do it. Today we use a CO2, and then all of us, we use CO2, 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 CO2. The air indoors is not about the CO2 only. So we really need to take the decision, okay, let's measure a few others, and then see how the airflows are actually acting. Should we modify those or should we not modify? So.
Okay. I'm going to take one more question. I'm sorry, we'll come down here.
Hi, my name is Paula Dupré-Ovias. I'm with Health Policy Watch. I just wanted to get a sense from the group of academics that you mostly are, about how much this issue has become part of the discussions and curricula at universities, as well as for engineers and architects. I mean, is this, to what degree do you see this happening right now? Perhaps if you could expand on beyond Europe as well.
Okay, any thoughts on how we teach this, how we educate? And I wonder whether also to comment on where we need to go next with research in this space would be useful to do. Who would like to go? David, do you want to start?
Yeah, well, I teach to environmental engineers. And we speak, of course, about occupational hygiene, air quality, environmental pollutants broad. I personally don't teach. I teach at the Swiss Institute of Technology in Lausanne, but I personally don't speak, unfortunately, to architects, and maybe that's something that is missing. But I believe of course, there are other teachers that could address that, and maybe you have an answer, Claude Alain, because we have an emeritus professor of the Swiss Institute of Technology. We specialize in building, who maybe you can have an answer to that. I'm not sure.
Well, since the past century, I taught.
Can you wait for just pass the microphone?
General, to architectural students, to how to use the laws of nature to make. How to use the laws of nature to prepare to build buildings that are more healthy and more energy efficient in general. But of course, indoor air quality was included. Mm-hmm. But this is a lecture that still lasts by my colleague at Fribourg.
I think the level of education is very high. The issue is whether we have a regulation to implement it. So then our students who are very well educated go into practice, and then the only thing that you have to do is CO2 and airflows, maybe. So this is the point where the decision has to be taken, because we can't teach much better than we do. And I think there is also the interests between the different disciplines on the topic. So I like that we start to talk to, for example, medical doctors, mm-hmm. and they want to speak to us. So I think that there is a slow move, and there is some improvement that we see. But I think we really would like to have something more, important, or something that will come in some sort of a document at the maybe European level. I again repeat, Article 11 is so important in the Energy Directive. And I think avoiding this we will be decarbonizing people, building, but we will be making our population, more, unhealthy without that. Sorry to say, but I think this is so important that it has to go hand in hand. Because sustainability is not only energy, sustainability is also population health.
And perhaps on that note, we need to widen that education.
Exactly.
Because sustainability and climate has gone right across all of the disciplines. We can't just have indoor air still with the engineers and the architects.
Exactly.
It has to be much broader than that. I think we have reached the time for the end of this session, and I'm conscious I want to finish on time because we've got quite a tight lunch break. So I would like to say thank you to all of our speakers this morning for setting the scene for today and giving us that really good insight into indoor air. So for those online, we'll take a 40-minute pause. For those in the room, lunch, and we're back in 40 minutes for the afternoon session.
Medium.
Thank you. Okay.
Hello, Dr. Kluge. This is Harold speaking from Hotel Schweizerhof. I hope you can hear me. If so, then you could wink.
Yes, yes.
You should see our picture as well.
I see the picture.
Do you get his audio? Greg?
Do you see me?
Ah, perhaps now. So, can you hear me speaking? This is Harold
Yes,
speaking
I
to you
hear
from
very
Schweizerhof.
well. Do you see me?
I don't hear you at the moment. That's on our side the problem, but if you hear us, you could wink.
Yes.
Wonderful. And now
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can come and we start again. So we are very happy to start again this afternoon after a very, very short lunch break, and we apologize for that. This tight agenda is due to an original format of this conference, where we wanted to host some MPs, some members of parliament, who are really currently working in the parliament during a session. Je vais parler maintenant en français pour dire que...
Thank you very much for being here, back with us after the lunch break. This afternoon session will be about discussing with Swiss MPs to see how we could implement scientific recommendations and recommendations by the WHO European Office. This conference was a result of the work of a working group, a group of scientists who met with Hans Kluge, the regional WHO director, during the pandemic, and we're going to hear Hans Kluge right away. This group decided, or at least issued a recommendation that together with the WHO, we should organize a session dealing with indoor air quality, because they believed it was important to ensure good indoor air quality to be able to better combat viruses such as COVID, but also make a contribution to school performance, the fight against pollutants, toxins, allergens, and improving chronic and air tract diseases. Now, I would like to welcome Nora Kronig, Ambassador. She represents the Head of International Affairs Division, Vice Director, Member of Senior Management at the Federal Office of Public Health. Thank you very much for being here with us in this wonderful city of Bern, the capital of Switzerland.
Merci Antoine. Monsieur le Ministre, Monsieur le Directeur Régional.
Minister, Councillor Rosetta, National Councillors, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The pandemic made us understand how important indoor air quality is. It is essential if we want to battle, as Antoine said earlier on, respiratory diseases, even under normal, non-pandemic conditions. Air pollution is there. We can't avoid it. Outdoor air pollution, so it's a transversal problem. Of course, outdoor pollution will impact the quality of indoor air, and indoor air is essential for our health and well-being. Only if we cooperate across sectors on a national and international level will we be able to master the challenges ahead. It's therefore indispensable to focus on air quality and increase cooperation in this area. And in this sense, during the 7th Ministerial Conference in Budapest, an appeal was made to work in that direction. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased and honored to be here with you in the framework of the first WHO conference on indoor air quality. And I would like to thank Antoine and Kathy for the initiative, and of course all the organizers for making it possible. Now, the reduction of risk to do with the environment is one of the big strategies of the Swiss government as well, to do with the environment. We want to strengthen health competencies and reduce health risks to do with the environment. The Swiss population must have at its disposition transparent, coherent and complete information on the quality of indoor air, so that they know how it will affect individual and collective air quality. And we ask the government to ensure this. We have a joint responsibility. It's up to the government, the cantons and the communities to make sure that there is information available. Healthy buildings are essential for indoor air quality. We need documentation that makes it possible to build healthy buildings. We should be pioneers in this area, and we have to make it possible for architects and engineers to build buildings the way they should be, so that they become standards tomorrow. We have to follow this path so that public health, the environment and society as a whole benefit from it. Ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic was a huge challenge for all of us. Only multilateral cooperation will enable us to effectively combat new pandemics. We have to make sure that we approach those challenges together and work together more closely. Thank you very much for your participation in this event, for your attention. Of course, I'm looking forward to the debate ahead.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Nora Kronig. Thank you for those kind and wonderful introductory words. We will now hear from Copenhagen, the regional WHO director, Hans Kluge. He would have loved to be with us today, but he was unfortunately unable to attend and is therefore going to join us online from Copenhagen. Hans, you have the floor.
Vous m'entendez bien, cher Antoine?
Yes, we hear you very well.
Thank you. So, dear Professor Flahaut, cher Antoine, dear Ambassador Nora Kronig Romero, who used to be the chair of the WHO European Governing Board, distinguished panelists and speakers. At the outset, I would like to apologize for not being in Bern in person today, although I very much wanted to do so. But it's very wonderful to see that we are pulling this off together with Professor Antoine Flahaut and his group, with all the experts of the high-level expert group on COVID-19, to myself, of which Professor Flahaut was the distinguished chair. And indeed, I would say that today has been a day long in the making, focusing on an issue that's of high interest, not only to those of us in public health, but to the public at large. All through the COVID-19 pandemic, there have been calls from many quarters, including numerous WHO followers on social media platforms, for clean indoor air to be taken seriously. For governments, municipalities, hospitals, schools, parliaments, to issue guidelines and adhere to them. The clamor has been and remains significant. Indeed, when Antoine and me announced this conference on social media a while ago, the reaction was swift and very positive. We have to consider the data. As a region director, I always go back to the data. In the WHO European region, nearly 150,000 deaths per year are attributable to household air pollution due to the combustion of polluting fuels, for cooking and heating alone. This is shocking. Our priorities here are clear: to minimize the effects of hazardous chemicals and substances on the youngest and oldest among us. Equity is the key word of my European policy, and to focus on those with chronic underlying conditions that make them much more susceptible. This important area of focus is consistent with the potentially greater exposure of children and with increasing evidence of health effects in children associated with indoor and ambient air quality. Dear colleagues, the COVID-19 pandemic truly brought home the importance of good ventilation, not just in terms of these traditional views of air quality, but also from the perspective of infection prevention and interrupting onward transmission. It might seem easy to say, under such circumstances, that one should simply improve ventilation, for example, by opening the window. But what if outdoor air quality is poor? What if you're living, like I have been doing for 2 years, as a tuberculosis doctor in the prisons in Siberia, with minus 45 degrees outside? So we need also practical recommendations. Of course, as Antoine and me always stressed, this is not a new issue, it's not a new concern, but the pandemic, with its devastating toll, has raised the issue of indoor air quality higher on health and environmental agenda than ever before. I would like to thank also all the parliamentarians from Switzerland for being so active today. We also see that countries are beginning to take action. I am unfortunately not physically with you, but I have my colleagues there. Anna Paola from our emergency team is there, Dorota from the Bonn Office on Environment and Health, and Michel Thieren, my special advisor on COVID-19 and representative of WHO in Israel. I'm very proud that it was the WHO Bonn Office issuing revised global guidelines on the quality of air, which are now being considered by the European Parliament. Commitments to set stricter air quality standards and to improve indoor air quality to protect health, with a particular focus on children, are rooted within the Budapest Declaration on Environment and Health. By the way, colleagues, I see that I'm being promoted to Deputy Prime Minister in Belgium. I'm the region director, but I take it very positive. Dear colleagues, this reinforces and refreshes the long-standing commitments of our member states, building on priorities of the Parma and Ostrava declarations on environment and health. Dear colleagues, the sustained interest of member states on the topic of indoor air quality and health, with broader commitments to address environmental pollution, is also reflected in the intention to establish a new partnership on healthy indoor environments, with a particular focus on schools, led by Hungary, already supported by several member states. In addition, we have the newly established WHO Collaborating Center on Environmental Health Risk Management at the National Public Health Center of Hungary, which has also demonstrated its interest to Antoine and me to have already a follow-up conference today on the other important issue of wastewater surveillance. So we are creating a movement. We also need consolidated applied research efforts to produce further evidence to convince policymakers to enhance investments in innovative technological solutions to monitor and improve indoor air quality, as well as to strengthen infection prevention and control, while ensuring energy efficient and green public buildings and health facilities. I personally, as a medical doctor, have long been an advocate for the cause of indoor air quality. For 25 years, I have been a tuberculosis and multi-drug resistant tuberculosis controller in the most challenging circumstances on earth. As I told, 2 years in the prison in Siberia, 5 years in Myanmar, in North Korea, in Somalia. Actually, I remember when the COVID-19 started, I got a phone call from the National Tuberculosis Program Manager in Myanmar. He told younger brother, because they call me younger brother, why are you not carrying a mask? For people in Myanmar, from the very beginning, it was straightforward. And we have been, with Antoine and the group, playing a leading role. We were the first ones to promote masks during COVID-19, the first one to try to protect schools during COVID-19, the first one who came up with so-called 5 pandemic stabilizers, which had ventilation in it very early on. And now, together, we are one of the first ones to look at stabilizing the COVID-19 pandemic. Colleagues and friends, I often say health is a political choice. By recognizing how something as fundamental as the air we breathe affects our health, it is now vital to convey this message to political leaders, parliamentarians, and policymakers to help bring the change. The discussions and recommendations that emerge from today's conference will add considerably to our collective efforts towards achieving and maintaining clean indoor air and save lives. But our advocacy must always be supported by robust data and evidence, but also by what I call human storytelling, stories with a human face, to have the population among us. Let me end with a Native American saying from Chief Seattle that I came across recently. Quote, all things share the same breath. The beast, the tree, the man. The air shares its spirit with all the life it supports. Unquote. Merci beaucoup.
Merci Hans.
Thank you very much, Hans. We will meet in a few minutes again for the concluding, in an hour for the concluding remarks. In the meantime, we're going to listen to the Belgian Vice Minister responsible for Minister for Social Affairs and Public Health, Frank van den Broek. His policy for his country is very visionary, especially when it comes to clean indoor air. He's going to address us by video.
Ladies and gentlemen, we spend about 85% of our life in closed spaces. I'm absolutely convinced that one day we'll find good indoor air quality as evident as safe drinking water from the tap. The COVID pandemic taught us how important indoor air quality is if you fight such a virus. And we should not forget it. It's quite possible that in a few years' time, we will again experience a highly contagious airborne disease, for which we do not immediately have vaccination or medicines. So we need to be ready for that. And we also have to take the annual seasonal flu more seriously, rather than just let it circulate. Don't forget too that good indoor air promotes well-being. Think of students falling asleep or less productive colleagues in a meeting because of poor indoor air quality. That is why I proposed a structural approach in Belgium, a stepwise strategy to improve our indoor air quality. The first step has already been taken. Our parliament recently approved legislation on indoor air quality, that is, air quality in closed spaces accessible to the public. This first legislative step will enable us to gain a better understanding of the state of indoor air quality in Belgium and to initiate measures to improve it. This new law sets a clear agenda with regard to scientific and technical dimensions of the challenge, with regard to the monitoring of indoor air quality, the verification of measurements taken in the field, and transparent communication through certification, all this in close consultation with all stakeholders. This legislation defines now 2 basic air quality reference levels that provide a direction for improvement and investment. Thus, they constitute the first milestones in an ongoing process of air quality assessment, which will eventually be extended to other reference levels. Meanwhile, scientific research must be supported to increase our knowledge of outdoor and indoor pollutants. We need such knowledge base to define the most efficient regulatory approaches and to use the best existing technologies to reduce the effects of airborne pollutants on our health. Certification then is a new tool to guarantee confidence in the quality of the monitoring carried out in living spaces and to ensure transparent, reliable, and comprehensive communication about the air quality that can be expected in a given location. And finally, the systematic consultation with stakeholders will bolster the necessary dynamic of change to bring about what seemed yesterday impossible. Good indoor air quality, as evident as safe drinking water from the tap. From the very young to the elderly, our whole society needs this to live, to study, to work. It's time we face this challenge in the short, the medium, and the long term, in terms, moreover, of both exposure to pollutants, airborne diseases also, and efficient technologies to reduce our energy consumption. Also, international collaboration on standardization in these areas is crucial. Initiatives in this realm, whether European or international, signal awareness and change. And that is why I would like to thank the WHO and the Geneva Health Forum for organizing this conference and for your initiatives. And I wish you a very successful conference. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre, pour cette intervention.
As regards this intervention, and just let you know that Dr. Tirenne, among others, is also active in the Belgian task force to consult anyone to do with air in his country. So just to let you know, he's also here. Now we're going to hear one last recorded intervention, namely that of the WHO Chief Scientist, Sir Jeremy Farrar. He was going to be with us today, but he was retained in New York. He's attending the United Nations National Assembly, where they'll be dealing with the topic of pandemics. You know that he is also usually in Geneva, so let's hear Sir Jeremy Farrar.
Joining in person the first WHO Euro Indoor Air Conference. It's actually remarkable to think this is the first conference, and I'm sure it certainly should not be, and I hope it won't be the last, and I hope to be able to join in future. Just very quickly, I'm going to make 3 points. If after the last 3 years we don't appreciate the importance of the air we breathe on every part of our lives, then we have really missed an opportunity to move the world forward. Of course, that applies to pathogens that transmit through the air, but it applies to pollution, it applies to our risks for non-communicable diseases, indoor quality, and of course, external air quality. The second is, I think, and I've learned this over the last 3 months here at WHO, it's crucial that we bring communities together. Engineers, architects, urban planners and urban designers, people who work on infection and non-communicable diseases, and many other social scientists, behavioural scientists, and indeed people who think about how our schools are designed or our transport is designed. And that's tough because we're all in our own individual silos. We're all in our own intellectual space. And this is something that needs all of us to come together, to agree some common language, to agree a culture of the way of working together. And I think if we can work better at the interfaces between our disciplines, then we will move the world forward faster than otherwise doing so. And I'd call out to any research funders in the room to use this as an opportunity to push forward this agenda and support the empiric research that is required to bring this multidisciplinary work together. And then the last comment I make is, whose air is it? What I breathe out will affect you. What I breathe in has come from you. And I think we need to think about the ethical and social contract and social justice aspect of whose air is it that we're all breathing. It's all of ours, and it's none of ours. And in a world that's increasingly polarized and where there is conflict in many parts of the world, I think it's important that we realize we all own the air, it's all part of us, and it all affects all of our aspects of health. It couldn't be more timely to bring this conference together. I hope this won't be the last one, and I certainly hope to be able to join in future. And good luck and best wishes to everything that you're going to do over the next few days. Thank you.
Merci à l'Organisation mondiale.
We would like to thank the WHO for accompanying us in our endeavors and for supporting this movement. Within the group of experts that was tasked with consulting Hans Kluge on the topic of the pandemic, we needed experts to do with indoor air, and Catherine Knox was the person who brought this expertise with her. She has a group of European experts assembled around her.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much, Antoine, and it's a pleasure to both be able to speak at this conference and also moderate quite a lot of it. So this afternoon, I want to think about a little bit more about how we can effectively change indoor air. So we've already heard this morning and from our videos just now that indoor air really matters. It's critically important for health. We know from the pandemic that really illustrated the importance of ventilation, and we know there's increasing evidence about all of these pollutants that we breathe in indoor air, and that affects our physical, mental health, productivity, performance. And it also has a substantial economic impact, which there are papers going back many, many years documenting this. But I think it's important to really note as well that this is human. Behind all these numbers, there are real people. And often what the indoor air does it with most affect those who are most disadvantaged and those who are most vulnerable. And there's a report from 2016 from the Royal College of Child Health and Paediatrics in the UK, which really set out the impact of indoor air quality on children. And then the case of Awa Bishwak. Awa Bishwak was a 2-year-old boy in the UK who died because of mould in his rented flat, and has really exposed that human side of the poor environment and the impact, the human impact on health. So we know it's out there. Why do we actually still have a problem? And I think we've already heard indoor air is complex. The air that we breathe is determined by regulations and standards around the buildings that we have, the materials that are used in those buildings, and then we have a whole raft of outside influences, the climate, the weather, that manifests in ingress of pollutants into buildings. We have our own cultural, behavioural preferences, and how we're educated and supported changes how our indoor environments behave. And then that means that our indoor environment does not just affect our physical health and our mental health, it affects our comfort, our satisfaction, and of course our energy bills and the climate. And when we try to make change, there's competing priorities. So we're exposed to different risks, we've got different costs, different abilities to make improvement, and we have this conflict and continuous balance of trying to work out how to create good indoor environments alongside things like comfort, noise, security, climate, and costs. When we look at it, we've already heard ventilation is part of this. Ventilation is essential. It is a part of indoor air quality, but it is distinctly different. And it's needed for the occupant's health and the health of the building, the humidity and thermal performance of the building. The majority of nations already have requirements in place for ventilation. Those are set in standards. And if you can see by this graph, they've changed over the years. These are just some examples from around the world of some of the ventilation rates. Go back to 1895, we had some of the highest ventilation rates recommended. That was to combat infectious disease. And then over time, they're dominated by comfort, energy, and odour. A review in 2011 recommended higher levels again, because recognising the importance for health. Where do we go now? There's a new standard just come out of ASHRAE in the US, which is recommending higher equivalent ventilation rates to mitigate disease under conditions of pandemic and epidemics. But though we have some ventilation standards, we know we already have some massive gaps. So we have some guidance around indoor air quality. A number of organisations across the world produce guidance. And has been already mentioned this morning, there's been discussions about including indoor air in the next directive on energy performance of buildings in the EU, although it sounds like that might not be going to go forward. But we don't have standards on our air quality. We've got nothing to benchmark against. And then we have this lack of awareness and lack of enforcement. We know, we've heard already, air is invisible. It's much more tangible to see your energy bills than it is to see maybe the health consequence of the air quality some way down the line. We know that many buildings are poorly performing. We may have standards, those standards are not enforced, they may be poorly designed, poorly maintained, or the wrong user knowledge in there. In fact, we've just carried out a survey as part of our Future Urban Ventilation Network in the UK, where we asked thousands of homes, and we found that 66% of those Great Britain homes do not actually even have adequate ventilation installed before you even get to, are they using it correctly? So how do we change things going forward? It's very tempting to say air is complex and use that as an excuse, but actually it doesn't have to be difficult and it doesn't always have to be expensive. There are many things we can do, ranging from simple actions to reduce and eliminate some of those sources. Some of those are in our own hands. We can choose to use different products. We can choose to use different actions. We can choose to put a kitchen extract fan on or open a window after we've had a shower. But then we can also, there are more extreme measures, more complex measures, more challenging measures, which are maybe more at the building level. We can take what we know now, and if we can enhance these actions, can we do it in a more structured way? So at the moment, we don't really conduct a ventilation risk assessment. Perhaps ventilation and air quality should be integral to how we risk assess public spaces. We do it via occupancy of rooms for fire. Why are we not doing occupancy of rooms for ventilation and air quality and health? Maintenance. So huge numbers of ventilation systems are poorly maintained. And then there are many, many simple actions. That might be changing filters properly, keeping records up to date, making sure controls work, and for the many naturally ventilated buildings, actually making sure you can open the window. It's a simple first action, and many of these things do not cost huge amounts of money. We need to think about guidance for people. How many of you have ever been taught how to ventilate a building in your workplace or your home? We just kind of guess a lot of the time. Having guidance about what to do, when, and when it's important. And then I think we can use public health messaging better. So during the pandemic, increasingly, public health messaging was used more and more effectively to show the impact of the air on COVID-19. And there's an example you can see there. But we could extend that to other pollutants and more widely for other diseases. We can also use campaigns. On the 8th of November, we'll have World Ventilation Day, the second ever one. We launched it last year. That's an opportunity to put
They're safe. These air cleaners. But what we also saw is it reduced illness. So we saw that you could still have outbreaks even if you have HEPA filters in your classroom, but the underlying illness absence in those schools was about over 20% better, reduced, when we've got the air cleaners in place. So they do make a difference to illness. But to be successful, they need the right design, right considerations, and the right engagement to make them work. What about the cost? Everybody's going to think we always have to think about the cost. And yet it's cost effective. There's data from many studies, and this is an example from the UK Royal Academy of Engineering, research on infection resilient environments, just considering if we improve ventilation in buildings, will that reduce what is it cost effective from an infection control perspective, a respiratory illness perspective? And what you see is that public buildings, community buildings, it is effective. The cost benefit is there. It's greater than, in this case, a cost benefit ratio of 1.5. For many commercial buildings, it's also the case. It's harder to make the case in domestic environments, but it's the public buildings where we ought to really be investing, and we can show that that can be cost effective. These are short-term things we can do, but long-term, we need this systemic change. We need to make a step change and a long-term improvement. That means we need to be thinking about the data to make sure we can evidence the risks we have, evidence the impacts of interventions. We need to collaborate, both within our disciplines, across our disciplines, and between all of our nations. We need to connect things up. We can't look at indoor air alone. We can't look at climate alone. We have to put the two together. We have to put it together with all of our other policies as well. We have to keep innovating, but innovating responsibly, making sure that those products and technologies are not causing harm, are not a waste of money, that they are the right things to do. I think there's a massive change we can think around standards, but even with the standards we have, we don't enforce them effectively. And there's a huge amount we can change there. We also need to think about retrofitting there. Most of our buildings for the next 50 years already exist. And then education. We need education right from primary school all the way through. We've embedded the concept of recycling and sustainability with primary school. Why are we not embedding the concept of healthy buildings right the way through the system? So I'd like to thank you, and I'll pass over to the next speaker. At this point, I'm also now being the moderator. So I would like to welcome Roger Weber as our next speaker from the Swiss Federal Institute of Public Health.
Ja, guten Nachmittag, meine Damen und Herren.
Good evening, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to hear so much about air quality, a topic I've been dealing with for many years, and I'm very pleased to be able to represent the Swiss Federal Office of Health here to speak about this interesting topic. Now, pollutants in indoor spaces is something that at the Federal Office for Public Health we do tend to inform a lot about. Our duty to inform the population is based on our Chemicals Act, and of high importance is radon in Switzerland. We have a specific legislation that deals with it, as it plays an important role in Switzerland. Unfortunately, my presentation is not on the screen, but I can do this very spontaneously as well. So, okay, I was talking about our duty to inform the public. Okay, let's start again.
Oh, voila.
Right, this is what I need. So what we're trying to do when informing the population, and of course we can also issue recommendations, recommendations about how to avoid pollutants and about how to ensure better indoor air quality. We've heard that the topic is very complex. There's so many pollutants, and from looking at it from a point of toxicology, we often have to deal with mixtures, and there it's very difficult to distinguish between certain substances. It's best to just approach the topic from a very general point of view and issue recommendations, overall recommendations. We try to really focus on key areas, and we have focused on ventilation. We've been doing that for decades, really. We've heard earlier on how important ventilation is. It's an important part when it comes to ensuring air quality. We cannot eliminate all pathogens, all pollutants at the source. There's always a load that cannot be avoided, has to do with metabolisms, etc. So ventilation is very important. Now, we know what the consequences of bad air quality on health, professional efficiency and diseases are. And in Switzerland, we have large part of the population where windows are just open to get better air. On the other hand, new buildings have been built over the past decades. Buildings are being refurbished and they're virtually airtight. Windows cannot be open anymore. And this means that we need to organize ventilation. If we let users do that, they will find that it's just impossible in certain buildings. Now, we have standards for architecture engineering in Switzerland. We've provided for solutions for this problem for some time, but unfortunately there's not enough awareness about the problem involved. And it's our task to make people aware of the problem. And where do we begin? We begin where it's most pressing, this problem, namely in schools with high occupancy rates. And we've found that Swiss schools are not much different than other schools elsewhere. Most times the air quality in schools here in Switzerland is unacceptable. And that should not be. This is why we launched this campaign that was before COVID. COVID wasn't on our agendas yet, entitled Fresh Air for Clever Heads. So we've informed people that windows need to be open on a regular basis for longer periods and in a certain way to make sure the air is cleared, or the used air is cleared. And of course, we need sustainable solutions. This is why we addressed architects and engineers. We want to make sure the buildings are built in such a way that ventilation is possible. It's, of course, not just about informing the population about issuing recommendations, but it's also about
für die Nutzer zum richtigen.
For users, for
als Bauherren und die Gemeinden.
well, the building Es wurde ja heute bereits mehrmals erwähnt, dass das Baumaterial teilweise veraltet ist.
The moderate climate region of Europe does not have adequate ventilation or other indoor air quality management strategies. And even if we think that the renovation rate in the future will improve substantially, this projection made by INIVE on behalf of the European Commission comes to the conclusion that by 2050 only 20% of the existing buildings will have improved ventilation installed. So that clearly is not a good enough strategy to get to a target of substantially improving indoor air quality in public buildings. So what to do then? Well, our strategy that we're trying out in this new legislation is trying to use the notion of informed consent. So what do I mean with that? That if we as a society cannot guarantee to people that the buildings that they visit on a day-to-day basis have adequate indoor air quality, at least what we can do is provide them information on what the exposure is that they're going to be subjected to and what they can expect in those buildings. And so for that, we introduced a very simple measure during the pandemic, like we are seeing here. All public buildings, so buildings receiving the public, need to have visible monitoring installed. We see here a picture of a popular restaurant near our campus who has a good practice example, I would say. And that monitoring needs to at least include CO2 concentration. So in this way, we want to make the existing indoor air quality visible in a cheap and fast way. And it's also very easy to check. However, even that comes with a number of challenges. One a bit more unfortunate example that I'm showing here is, well, we are relying on people operating buildings who are lay people, not experts, to implement this monitoring strategy. And so due to lack of good and certified information, what we see here in the picture is an alderman from the city of Bruges, who is proudly showing in the national newspapers the collection of monitors that they have acquired to install in their public schools, only to find out, due to this attention in the popular press, that the monitors that they bought actually do not even measure CO2. They infer it from other indirect measurements, so they were actually useless. So giving the right people the right kind of information is really challenging, because we as experts typically talk among ourselves and expect that everybody understands what we are talking about. Many talks already addressed that monitoring alone is not enough, and there's inherent limitations. We have the information problem, but we also need to think about calibration of sensors over time, positioning of the sensors in the space, the type of pollutants that we're measuring, and so forth. And therefore, we supplement this monitoring strategy with a second attempt to make indoor air quality visible, namely making not only the indoor air quality itself visible, but also the measures that have been taken in the building to improve indoor air quality and indoor air quality management. And what we do there is using certification and labeling. So every owner of a public building needs to make or have someone make a risk assessment regarding indoor air quality of every public space in that building. That then needs to go through a certification process, and the outcome of that is a label that needs to be shown in every public space that shows the design capacity of the space and the measures taken to improve indoor air quality. So it's not going to look like this, because due to all kinds of reasons in discussion with stakeholders, we don't want a graded scale on the label. It will just have technical information, and there lies a challenge, namely how to express the capability of a space to deal with indoor air quality? Well, the law we are trying to implement focuses on public health. So although we know that indoor air quality is complex and has lots of pollutants and interactions and sources and things like that, we also know from ongoing research, I'm showing here numbers from excellent work by Morantes et al. At Nottingham, which of these pollutants we can expect to have the biggest impact on health of occupants in buildings. And we see that it's actually quite dominated by only a few pollutants. And so looking at this complex system where we have resulting indoor air quality, but also ventilation and filtering and air cleaning as measures that can be taken, we can then look at which of these pollutants are targeted by these different IAQ management strategies. And therefore, we can calculate what the impact of these different strategies will be on each of these pollutants and on the expected health. And this allows us then to convert the impact of all of these measures into one metric. And there we're using an equivalent amount of fresh, unpolluted air per person, which will be displayed on the label. So we have a lot of next steps and actions that we need to do to actually ensure that this will be a success in our buildings. And I cannot stress this enough. One of the main concerns that we have is communication. It's not enough to stick a label to the wall, but we really need people to understand what this label means, and that, we hope, will trigger people to take action and also demand action from people that are operating buildings where we are received every day. So to wrap up, we have an old stock, we need to deal with it, and we are using the notion of informed consent to enforce making both indoor air quality and indoor air quality visible in public buildings. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jelle. So our is Claude-Alain Brulé, who's going to talk about some of the context for Switzerland.
Merci pour l'introduction. On m'a demandé de faire ma conférence en français et de parler des priorités.
I was asked to speak in French about the priorities applied in Switzerland to improve indoor air. Now I have the same problems as the previous speakers. My presentation doesn't seem to work. Apologies for that. I believe that the directives in Switzerland currently and limit values are sufficient. We have a few ordinances in place that list reference concentrations. There's many publications, including about radon. And one standard, which in my opinion is very important, is standard SIA 180, which talks about indoor air quality in general. This standard requires a ventilation concept for any building project or major renovation. Of course, ventilation and airflow cannot be left to coincidence, so proper ventilation systems are required. Of course, this means that you have to know in advance how you're going to ventilate the building, either naturally, mechanically, or in a hybrid manner. But of course, this needs to be described in detail before a building is built. So SIA 180 is about all those details to do with ventilation. And of course, there's many other rules, which, however, are not all known. And the problem is that these directives are often poorly or not at all implemented. The primary measure, namely to avoid releasing toxic compounds in the air, is nevertheless fairly well known and applied. You know that virtually no one smokes indoors anymore. That was the first source of pollution inside of buildings, and we've done away with it. And formaldehyde in materials is disappearing, so things are, on the whole, getting better. And, of course, there's information about pollutant emissions, and there's more known. As Claude Mondin said, many people, the amount of fragrance in cleaning products is reduced, and candles tend to be produced in a better way, but there's still quite a few sources of pollution. Now, of course, the control of airflows is very important, and it's important to have buildings that are not too airtight, but about 70% of buildings have still air currents with, of course, the associated lack of comfort, but necessary fresh air. Now, of course, there's a mix-up when it comes to the different types of ventilation. People tend to confuse the different types, mechanical and accidental ventilation, and therefore the public as a whole tends to have not too much information about the important terms. And now, of course, I agree with what was said before. There is a certain perfect humidity within buildings, and then there's bacteria and viruses and aerosols which cause more damage when humidity is too high. We've seen that, for example, mites tend to thrive in humid environments. Same thing applies to viruses. I'm not a doctor myself, but I'm taken these data from a medical publication. We know that infections and allergies are closely associated with humidity levels as well. Same thing applies to the activity of chemical substances. So you see on the slide that there's an optimum humidity level between 40 and 60%. And luckily we're just in that bandwidth here in this room. Now, humidity, of course, comes from us as a source. In order to remove human pollutant humidity, we need to open windows. If we want to make sure that humidity is ideal, we need to have certain airflows. 1,000 ppm, for example, we need an airflow between 20 and 30 square meters per hour. And this applies to winter air with 5 grams per cubic meter, for example. Now, of course, we need to control airflows to eliminate pollutants. Passive cooling down, for example, is one measure, and we also need it to make sure it doesn't get too hot indoors. We need to control airflows so that we don't waste too much energy and have enough fresh air, not too dry air in the winter. So we need enough air, just the right amount of air, and that's in my opinion, the most important control measure. Here you see a survey that was conducted over a week in a school room. You see the different CO2 concentrations and relative humidity. In blue, the blue dots are for winter measurements, and the yellow dots are for the summer measurements. Summer measurements, squares are for mechanical ventilation and rounds for manual ventilation. You see that there's many schools that have been ventilated manually that have quite bad quality, and then the situation improves because most buildings have average humidity and underneath the kind of threshold values as they've been defined by the Federal Office of Health. But as a rule, the air is too dry. Now, what becomes visible here is that they have 3 types of natural ventilation buildings where the quality of the air is good and the humidity is just right. And in the mechanical ventilation section, there's only 2 of those. So mechanical ventilation is not a panacea. It doesn't always work. Now, there's another demonstration where there's different classes of ventilation. Here you see the figures for the different classes. In blue, you see blown air. Here we've had measured airflow. Now, of course, some of these results are quite general, and then there's a few very special cases. Here we've we've predicted 500 and we've had 200. Here we thought it was going to be balanced, but unfortunately the reuptaken airflow is too low. So some classes do not work at all as they've been intended to do. And again, this is probably an error to do with the operation of the system. Now, of course, we have to make sure in buildings that has to be either mechanical, manual or hybrid, and then we have to control the airflow within the buildings. So either we have to, when we open windows manually, we let in air, but we don't know how much because we're only controlling time. Now, in winter, we need a continuous airflow, regular airflow, and there's systems on the market. We have also automatic humidity control systems available, but they're not used in Switzerland, mostly in Nordic countries. As regards mechanical ventilation, systems on the market are usually good, but they're rarely installed properly, and airflow is not measured when they're installed. It's just checked whether they work, and then people leave. There's several associations. My colleague, previous speakers mentioned them. There's Caliventil, a association that issues practical recommendations, that is neutral, reliable, and up to date. Then there's ORT-K, the French-speaking and Italian-speaking Swiss Observatory on Indoor Air Quality. This association is going to, observatory is going to document air quality in Switzerland in the near future. Now, to conclude, in my opinion, the priority right now is not to issue more legislation, but to ensure that it is implemented correctly and that air control is above all checked and measured. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Claude-Alain. So we are to our final session. So I'm going to hand over to Cameron Abbasi, who's the editor-in-chief of the British Medical Journal, who's going to moderate this panel. And I'd like to ask the speakers, the panelists for this session, to come up here and take a seat on the stage. Sorry?
Allez.
visual. Which place?
Wherever you.
Well, no.
Can you do this? I will sit here. So you sit.
Können wir wieder eens jump voorwitselen, hè?
Dank.
Nee?
Yeah.
If you sit here. The three of you sit here.
Okay. Okay. As you want.
I'm going to get you to introduce yourselves. You can introduce yourselves.
Okay. So you're the leader
Moderator.
of the moderator. Okay. But I will talk in German.
You can.
Yeah.
Okay. So hello, good afternoon, and welcome to our final panel. It's a really wonderful occasion to be here, the first conference on indoor air quality organised by WHO Europe. I think that's a tremendous thing to do, and we're honoured to have our guests with us today. And I'm going to get them to introduce themselves very quickly. I'm Cameron Abbasi, Editor-in-Chief of the BMJ, and I want to say to all the panellists, please introduce yourselves, but please feel free to speak in the language that you feel most comfortable. Okay. So you don't need to speak in English if you don't wish to. So,
yeah, thank you very much. Mein Name ist Esther Friedli.
My name is Esther Friedli. I'm a member of the Council of States for the Canton of St. Gallen. I'm Gabriela Sutter. I'm a member of National Council in the Canton of Aargau. I'm Martin Bäumle. I'm a member of National Council from Zurich, from the Green Liberals. And I'm David Vernet.
But that's fine. Okay, so we're going to talk about three big areas. One of them is balancing risks, which we'll talk about that first. The second one is how do we manage change, and the third area is around the barriers and challenges to implementing some of the measures that we've been discussing today with our speakers and with the audience. So if I could turn to you first, please. How do we effectively balance healthy buildings with the focus on climate change and energy efficiency in those buildings as well? So there's a tension between improving indoor air quality, but we also want to manage and not worsen climate change at the same time. What are your thoughts on that?
Ja, also ich bin ja nicht Bautechniker.
I'm not a building specialist. To be honest with you, I own a restaurant, so I'm from the hospitality sector. And I am on this panel thanks to Martin Bäumle. I need to say that because during the pandemic, I was a member of parliament already, and I really didn't like the fact that nobody actually concentrated on talking about indoor air quality. It was all about distancing, and I wasn't in favor of all of the measures. I've been criticizing them. I'm still doing so today. And something that easy and simple as indoor air quality wasn't really talked about and discussed enough. And I put these CO2 sensors into my restaurant. We had them in all of the rooms in our restaurant, and this helped myself and also my staff to know when to open the windows, when to ventilate, and really concentrate on indoor air. Because indoor air, this is something that we can realize in our everyday lives. Sometimes we're just a little bit tired, and we can feel it, but maybe we have also just lost our touch with assessing indoor air quality. So that was very interesting also what was said in the speech before, that we do need legislation, but we really need to get into the other stakeholders, building contractors and so on, raising awareness in this area, and also when it comes to education, so that we can actually move forward. And there's also something that we call responsibility of individuals. I'm from a political background where it is very important to stress that everybody's responsible for themselves. So maybe we need to get more information out there via the media so that people are aware of the fact that ventilation is important, whether this is just windows or mechanical ventilation. But I think it is really important that we really focus on indoor air also when thinking about a potential future pandemic.
In the subsequent conversation, but specifically around the issue of the impact on the climate. Do you have any thoughts on that? How do we manage improving indoor air quality, but ensuring that also that we continue with our commitments towards net zero and improving
Da gibt es ja ganz, das wurde vorher auch gezeigt, da gibt es ja im
There are many things that can be done in the construction industry. There are a lot of regulations that have been put forward, also when we talk about the Minergie label, for example. So I think this is really something that factors in both of these aspects, so indoor air quality, but also energy efficiency. And I do believe in technology and innovation, and in the building sector, putting forward new innovations in that direction. Gabriela, I would like to comment on that. Yes, so it was said that legislation is enough. I don't think that is true. What we have in our legislation is the air outdoor. So we do have an ordinance on clean outdoor air, but everything that is indoors, this is a matter for the cantons in Switzerland. And the problem is that we do not have standards on a national level. We do not have a legal basis on a federation level when it comes to air quality. The federation cannot do anything there because it's a matter for the cantons. So we do need standards on a national level, because otherwise we would have to overrule the cantons. Well, we do have to overrule the cantons because otherwise the cantons will just do what they want, right? Yes, we do have some norms, SEA norms, but it's not legally binding. So I don't agree with you here. Can I come in here?
Ja, let's talk about that.
Ich würde gerne da einhaken. Ich bin mal grundsätzlich der Meinung, es gibt keine
I don't think that there is a conflict of interest of between indoor air quality and energy efficiency. There's one problem with humidity. If we want to keep humidity over 55% in winter, then yes, there will be a negative impact when it comes to energy efficiency. But apart from that, there is a lot that you can do. If you ventilate correctly, then you can easily manage 40%. But there are always exceptions, for example, the Parliament building. But in general, if you have a new building, it's automatically ventilated, there are sensors for CO2 concentration, and it's optimal when it comes to energy efficiency and air quality. You can open the windows, but you don't have to, and this is something that really saves energy, so there are synergies in there as well. I was never in favor of a national regulation on CO2 concentrations. I was always favoring threshold values as guidelines, because I think this is something that concerns the industry and the SEA. Ventilation already works on that level. If they are not calibrated in a right way, it's done the wrong way. So this is important. You have to really calibrate it and put so that it works correctly. You can see that in trains as well. You can immediately feel it if there's something wrong with ventilation, right? So I think it is more important to have guidelines and not legally binding rules. But the industry can act here, and we as politicians have to be careful not to make have regulations that are super expensive, because it needs to be cost efficient. Because as soon as we force building owners to retrofit and spend money, we will have hurdles when it comes to clean air.
Implementing a standard, I think you probably want to comment on that. But let's ask Catherine Davies, is there anything you want to add on that particular question?
I think the only thing I would add is that I think
actually climate change perhaps presents an opportunity because we're going to have to make changes to buildings to mitigate climate change and adapt to a changing climate. And if we get that right and we make sure that when those actions are taken, let's use the opportunity that we're doing things to buildings to actually improve their ventilation at the same time. And there is a balance, and it's hard to get perfection. The other thing is to recognise that there's no one answer, and there are different answers in different buildings and different technologies in different buildings, and to be open to that breadth.
Yeah. David, anything you want to say on this?
Oui, je rejoins complètement Kat.
Yes, I am definitely with Kat there. This morning we already talked about that there's a balance to strike between indoor air quality and energy efficiency. But there are buildings that can be constructed with this combination of the two aspects. And there are buildings that have good ventilation concepts and are still energy efficient and also reach the levels that are required to have good indoor air quality. So yes, there are new technologies that we can use. We also talked about standards. There are already rules and regulations and legislation on that topic. Some of them are, it's about the means, and sometimes it's about the objectives. Sometimes it's about CO2 concentration, or sometimes it's about the ventilation rate. But yes, we need to find an agreement. We need to set ambitious goals when it comes to our health, and then go into the nitty-gritty of what that actually means when it comes to measures. And this is something that we can then submit, and we can ask and appeal to contractors, to building stakeholders to implement and find solutions and new technologies in order to implement these ideas and goals. Sorry, I'm going a little bit on a detour here.
Now, because I think I want to give you a chance to comment on this. I think there is clearly some different perspectives on the role of guidance versus some stronger standards, stronger legislation in terms of pursuing these policies. Gabriella, what's your view on this?
I'm not really sure that I understood the question correctly. Can I comment on that? So the problem is 80 to 90% of our time is spent indoors, especially in winter. This is a huge problem when we talk about viruses and germs. But not only then, there are also other pollutants. Also pollutants coming from furniture or rugs evaporating into the room. And we also do have a CO2 problem. And with these airtight problems, and we have the problem that we need to get rid of these pollutants. And that is why I do not understand why on a national level we have really strict rules and regulations for outdoor air, but nothing for indoors. Of course, there are norms and stuff, but it's really lax compared to it, and it's only getting more and more important.
Which is that there's one thing having guidance, but I think the evidence, as far as I understand it, in most areas, is that if you have guidance, it doesn't necessarily achieve the change that you want to achieve or the success that you want to achieve. You're arguing for some stronger measures, some stronger legislation that, as at the national level, also operates at the local level. What's your view on that, Esther?
Ja, wir haben in der Schweiz, wir sind ein...
Yes, we are a federalist country, and our constitution says very clearly what can be done on which level, and everything that is construction is a matter for the cantons. This is just a matter of fact, because otherwise we would have to change the constitution. So that is why the federation is only giving out guidance and guidelines. And I am convinced that it is not about new rules. We don't need new laws. It's the industry, it's the sector that needs to step forward. And they have already issued many rules and regulations. I don't think that it would help us to just get a new law on national level. And it is also important to talk about public buildings and people or authorities that build public buildings, for example, the cantons. I was involved in the educational management in the canton of St. Gallen, and when it was about constructing new school buildings, we sometimes saw, oh, now we can not even open the windows manually in some of the buildings, and if there are 25 young people, and after 30 minutes, CO2 levels were way too high. Even if there was mechanical ventilation, we just see that we need windows that can be opened manually. So there are just a lot of details that are important for the cantons as well.
I think we know that if we ask industry to self-regulate, it tends not to achieve the effect that you want to achieve. I think that's true in many areas.
Doch, ich glaube sehr dich und ich finde und ich bin immer wieder beeindruckt.
Yes, I do think that this is the case, and I am impressed again and again at how the industry succeeds and in issuing regulations and adhering to them. And I think that innovation is also something that is very important here and can make a difference. And in Switzerland, we are a federal state, nation state, so we do not have the competencies to act on that on a national level.
What's your take?
Also ich bin immer noch klar der Meinung, der SIA.
The SIA stipulates values that are not legal values many times. It's a basic requirement, healthy air, for example. Now, if we conclude that certain substances have to be regulated in such a way that CO2, if normal ventilation is functioning, are not above 1,400 ppm, then you can implement that in SIA, and it has to be implemented for new buildings. Ventilation systems have to adhere to all sorts of requirements for new buildings, and it would be a small thing to say, okay, maybe it's better to include certain traces. And that brings me to the most important point. If you don't have data, if there's no data available, if you don't know how good or bad the air is, I mean, who knows how many VOCs there are in private rooms? No one measures them. You don't have to do that across the country, all around the clock, but it's important to know what the load is. So measuring on and off is a good thing, and CO2 has the huge advantage that it can be measured easily. It's a tracer that works fast and gives you a good picture of overall air quality, and then you can regulate air conditioning systems or ventilating. Is really good. I believe SIA should do a survey right now, but I wouldn't talk about threshold values right now, because you need to know what makes sense. Are you looking at a home or a public space? How many people are in the house? What's the occupancy rate? Is it winter? Do we have a pandemic? Is it summer? The windows are open. These are all factors that we need to look at. It's not black and white. It's easy to determine threshold values for outdoor air. It's done, and then they're not harmful. But we've done that with the MAC values, but 4,000 or 5,000 CO2 ppm is just too much. We need to find another way and not reduce limit values. That's not the only thing to do. It won't be sufficient.
To David and Kath. David, any reflections from you?
Yeah, well,
on this point of regulation.
Yeah, well, there was a lot of material here.
Yeah, das war jetzt wirklich so.
Maybe to emphasize the fact that this regulation, this is necessary to make some common have some common understanding on goals, but these are very slow changes. Changing regulation, changing standards means that you will act basically on new buildings or refurbished buildings. This is very slow, and we still have a problem of controlling that. So, writing rules is nice, but we don't have the power, the resources to put an engineer behind each building. So how do we do that? How we are sure that this is implemented? And this is what already was perhaps already hinted today. We have rules, we have idea how to solve this, but the implementation fails. So I was wondering how to address that. Maybe one issue, which is also kind of political, is to decide that maybe the occupants has to play a role in that, because they are the one breathing this air. So, and very often in Switzerland we have a lot of rent, and not people doesn't have the house themselves. They rent a flat, and they have a little to say about the building itself, but they are the one breathing this air, so they should be empowered to act, so giving visibility to the air quality in the building, and then giving the people to act upon that. By themselves, they can change their behavior, but they can also put pressure on the owner of the building.
Okay, Kath, any additional comments on the implementation?
I would agree, and I think whether it's regulation or guidance or it's required or it's best practice, whatever you do, you have to have some mechanism of observing it and knowing whether you've achieved it or not. So actually, the more we can push for visible monitoring, and whether that's brought in through guidance and best practice and becomes more of a cultural norm, or whether it's brought in as a regulatory thing with enforcement, we need to be able to see whether something has been done right, because otherwise, at the moment, we've got no idea. I think the other big challenge is retrofit. And now this may be different in Switzerland, but certainly in the UK, our building regulations apply to new buildings and major retrofit, but we don't require legacy changes. So we have a lot of buildings where there is no change, and the law doesn't require those buildings to improve. And I think we really have to think about what do we do with the buildings we already have, not just the new buildings.
That's one of the major problems. If we look 60 years ahead, then by that time we'll have realized that air quality is as important as water quality. All buildings will be self-regulated with AI, but we're not quite there. We can do that for new buildings. Some standards will have to be adhered to. When it comes to public buildings, we could say, okay, we're going to indicate air quality on screens as we're doing it today already. And then people see, okay, you don't have to worry in this room. But in private buildings, in private homes, people are responsible for for the spaces they live in, and we need to make people aware. We need to educate people. We can give people tools and tell them, okay, well, here you have a possibility to measure air quality, and open the window when the air is not good enough. And other than that, we just have to do what we did at grandma's times: just open the window and let some fresh air. And there's people who leave windows open slightly ajar all day. That might be nice for fresh air, but too much energy is lost. So we need to have some funds to invest in information, and then of course it's about self-responsibility. We spent the most of our time in our homes, and we have to make sure that we do the right thing. In the past, we used to ventilate automatically. My grandma taught me to open windows on a regular basis. Most people have forgotten about that, and we need to tell people, hey, it's your responsibility to look after your health as well when you're at home.
Question before I asked it, which is how do we increase public awareness and public involvement and action? Thank you for that. Gabriela, what's your view?
Ich bin einig mit Martin und
I agree with Martin Bäumler. We need more measurements, more control. But I'm mother to 2 children, and I know what self-responsibility is about. My children are too young to be self-responsible in school. They don't have the possibility to influence air quality in their classroom. And of course, you can say they can tell the teacher, well, please open the window, but they cannot bring those measurement instruments with them and then ask for air quality to be improved. This is what I'm criticizing. In Switzerland, we have a law that says that as an employed person, you can call labor inspectors, and they will come in your company and they check. But children in schools or elderly people in elderly people's homes do not have that possibility. They're at the mercy of the person looking after the building. So we need to make sure that their rights are implemented. So we need thresholds for rooms for indoor spaces. Of course, that's very important. In Dubendorf, the schools bought those measuring instruments. And it was wonderful because lots of people learned how important air quality was. Kids were looking at the devices and they were seeing them going from green to red, and they realized how important air is. And when we refurbish, when we renovate school buildings, when we do construction work costing millions, we have to make sure that we spend some money on those devices. Well, we have a colleague here who've opened a restaurant, and she knows how important ventilation is. Okay.
You mentioned individual responsibility at the beginning. How do we get people to take on that responsibility?
Martin hat es gesagt.
Well, Martin said correctly that our grandmas knew what to do. When I was small, my grandma told me to open the window right after I got up. I don't know when we've forgotten about that, and there's plenty of other things that I believe have been forgotten over the past few years. Brief ventilations during the winter are really important. Maybe we can conduct campaigns, maybe we can inform teachers of how important it is to ventilate intermittently. I don't know when we had the last campaign about air quality in schools. It's important that windows are opened during class breaks, and more information is necessary if this is not done sufficiently. We do not have to come up with new laws, new regulations if they're not implemented. I don't want to send policemen out into schools.
Question each. Okay, same question to all of you, and then we'll finish. If you could see one thing, if there's one thing that you would promote, you would like to see happen, one thing to improve indoor air environments, what would be your number one priority?
I believe information and strengthening of self-responsibility is very important. We need to become aware how important indoor air is. And I've said earlier on, we need to become aware of the importance of air quality, especially in view of potential future pandemics. I don't want restaurants to be closed in the future if a pandemic comes up just because we can't control air quality in any different way. Well, I've said it clearly earlier on. We need a national law stipulating threshold values for indoor air quality in public buildings or air filters in all schools. I would want there to be awareness about the importance of air, even outside a pandemic. There's other pathogens, other viruses that are transmitted via aerosols, maybe not as fast as COVID, but if we have data for all public spaces, then we know what we're dealing with and we can make people aware. But many things are forgotten. The pandemic is over. We don't look back, but the next winter is coming, and it's important to have data about ventilation to make people aware. Cather.
One thing, it would be measurement. So to get data on buildings, because without the data, I mean, we're making a case. We're making a case now, and I think the awareness of indoor air and the importance of it is growing. But the data really, we need it to be able to absolutely say, no, this building isn't good enough. Because otherwise you can't change anything. And we need long-term data, we need it from lots of different places to really be able to put that proper evidence base and grow that to make a change.
Good, thank you. David.
Maybe wishful thinking. What is striking me is that how the subject is partitioned and how the responsibility are spread of a specialist. This is a building engineer, this is the responsibility of regulator. It's not. It is a public health problem. So it's a community problem. And what we have to do is to change that and expand the awareness of the public. So so everybody can take action to that. And I believe the science can help by building up monitors to help to measure that and make that visible, and can help by building up participative studies, for instance. But also the regulator, the politician has to help by giving the tools to make people able to act at their own level. And that will be my wish.
Great, thank you. I think we have reached some kind of consensus, which is that indoor air quality is important. We need action. We need political leadership. We need to implement the policies well. We need better data, and it needs to be a multidisciplinary approach. But perhaps the one thing that I've been reminded of is that we should always listen to our grandmothers. Okay, so thank you very much to Esther, Gabriella, Martin, Kath, and David. Thank you very much.
I heard that somebody want to make a photo and we are...
You can do.
You're in charge.
Yeah, or yes, let's do that.
Okay.
We can do that now. And then we'll go into the closing remarks. Okay?
Yes.
So, who's...
You all watch us have a photograph
Yes.
now.
Photograph.
We can take the photograph, yeah. Yes.
Seems the photographer has gone missing.
Oh, yeah.
Please say thank you, Grandma.
Thank you, Grandma.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, everybody. Are we going back to Hans Klug? Are we going back to Hans? Okay, so I think thank you very much. Thank you to all of our panelists there for exploring that challenge around regulation, guidance, and what we do next. To finish up for today, I think we're now going back over online to Hans Klug, who's going to give some final remarks for today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do you hear me well?
We hear you. We just don't see you at the moment. I think the screen is just a little behind. Ah, there we go. We've got your hands.
Thank you. So, frankly, the previous moderator perfectly summarized. So, the points from my side, nothing happens without bridging science and decision. And I think what we saw today, because I followed through, is that complex scientific norms can be implemented. I think that's a very positive message. Second, which was also echoed by Jeremy Farrar, WHO chief scientist, that indoor air quality control has been overlooked for far too long. And WHO will continue accompanying this awakening. And finally, our WHO global air quality guidelines are a key step in the global response to driving forward stricter air quality standards. I want to thank everyone who presented. This is the fun part of my job. which is not politics but science and technical. And as you know, I have been very much involved in previous life. And you can rest assured of the commitment of me, of my staff. Thank you to Anna Paola, Dorothy, Michel Hoerder, and particularly to the chair of my high-level advisory group, Professor Antoine Flahaut, and the Global Health Ambassador, Nora Kronig-Romero. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Dank u schön.
Thank you, Hans. So thank you very much, everybody. And I say thank you to our online audience. I don't know how many we had on, but we know we had over 1,500 sign up, so a huge number of people. So I think we say goodbye to our online audience now. And just for the people who are still in the room, a few other comments to make. So thank you all for taking the time to come here. It's really good to see so many of you and to see such a breadth of different people in here. Today was a lot of hard work in the making. You know, we not just with organising speakers, but you can see technically it's not easy putting on a conference in 3 different languages, online and in person all at the same time. So I want to really thank our technical team, Greg and his team, who've put a huge amount of effort in today to make that work for us. I also just want to say thank you to our sponsors. There were many of you in the room. We have a sponsor wall out in the other corridor if not, you haven't seen it. But thank you to all those people who contributed to making today happen, and many companies who've supported us and sponsored us to help today. So, and of course, a thank you to WHO, who also provided support and sponsorship to make today happen. I also want to single out 3 people, especially. So I think they're in the room. So Eric and Irene and Diana, can you come down? Do we have Eric and Diana still here as well? They're hidden the.
She's working.
They've hidden away. If we can get them to come along, if they can hear us. If not, well, we'll catch them in a moment, but a big thank you to Irene, to Eric, and to, they're coming. Eric, come here. And Diana as well, so thank you very much. We've got just a sort of token to share between you, to say a thank you to you all for a huge amount of effort, a huge amount of work in putting it together. And of course, David, you were very instrumental in putting this together as well, so thank you. So, yeah, and have we got a sponsor slide?
Yes.
Yeah, so if you can put the slide up with the sponsors on, just so we can see that at the end. Thank you. Yes, thank you. These are all our sponsors. So, thank you very much. We've got this room until 4 o'clock?
Yes.
Yes, so please feel free to mingle. We've got a little bit of time now until 4 o'clock. And thank you all for coming. I hope today was a good day for you all. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, all of you.
Thank you. You're amazing.
We have some.